That's right, we're live. And I'm back with the crazy glasses. What's going on? I'm back. You know, word on the street is that when I wear these glasses, or I think it's my other ones. Let me really give you the crazy. Hold on. This if we're gonna be crazy. I'll come back to these. These are my Porsche design glasses for when I'm riding in the Porsche. Now these, we call these the hater blockers. I think they call these the hater blockers, right? Block all the hate out. But they still, I need something around here because they still penetrate and let the hate in, like, right? So I was told that when I wear these, I look crazy. Right? And I was like, man, I look crazy for wearing these. Can't be a 90s person. You must be like a boomer or something. Yeah. I don't know which Facebook user that was, but yes, these are the hater blockers. But I prefer not to be in the hater blockers this week. But if hate does come, I'm gonna pull them out. I may have to pull them out. I don't know. We'll see. But I was told I look crazy, like something's mentally wrong with me. And I was like, man, something mentally wrong with me wearing these. And then I saw the glasses that Kanye came out with, right? And I was just sitting here looking at my mask that we got in our Amazon box. And I was just like, his glasses remind me of this. That's what his glasses, my bang mask. This is my bang mask when I go out. Yeah. But back to my Porsche design glasses. Okay. So this week we got a lot to cover. Uh, got a lot to cover, got a lot to go over. I appreciate you for dropping in. Those that came from Black is Tech, Facebook, LinkedIn, and just word of mouth, we appreciate you for being here. So tech stocks and jobs. I'll give you a quick rundown on tech stocks and jobs. Let me tell you how it formed. It formed because Dee got tired of me emailing her and sending her stuff all the time. And then I said, D, I said, maybe we should do a show. Because I was, sending tidbits of information like I do here, things that I discovered, things that I find, things that are interesting, places you all can go, what's happening in the latest and greatest of news and so forth. So that's how we got started with tech stocks and jobs. Tech stocks and jobs. Um, and then there was still a void to me. There's still a void of information on Linux. Like you can go to Linux tech tips and I think GPS, and I think there's a few other Linux folks out there, but they don't never talk about it. Like I feel like some of those when I'm watching them and Linux Saloon, I think sometimes when I'm watching them, they're too technical. They're just a little too technical for some people that just want to get like, okay, where should I go to advance my career? What is Linux and how should I be doing X, Y, Z? Like a lot of places that I go look at, they talk about what's the best desktop in Linux to use and really do a deep dive. And I think most of the audience here is like, yeah, we don't care about that desktop thing, right? We just want to get on there, do what we need to do, get our certs, and make some money, right? That's just my thoughts. There's some deep divers out here, but yeah, I'm not doing all that, right? So what's up, Elo? What's going on the odd Roblox? Yeah, they are hating, Rachel. Thank you, Data Christian. They always be hating. All right, so let's get in a word from our. Oh, hold on. Let's not do a word from our sponsor just yet, D. Not just yet. Hold on. Um, Hold on. Oh, here it is. No, that's not it. Where'd it go? Um, so I want y'all to, have a little fun. D, can you share the screen real quick? I want y'all to have a little fun before we get into a word from our sponsors, right? So this I found this morning. I thought it was cool. My mom is a baby boomer. Of course, she taught me to dance. If I turn this on, I'm gonna tell you what my mama gonna say. If I turn this on, why you always playing that old shit? That's what she gonna say. All right, a word from my sponsor. Hey everybody, welcome to Women in Linux. I am Tam and Dee is in the background, and we just want to share with you some of the perks of being here on our channel. All right, so first things first, if you want to connect with us on social media, connect with us anywhere on social media at Women in Linux. If that's just too much for you, you can always come and find us on womeninlinux.org. And if that's not enough, we have even more perks where you can hit the connect button. Once you hit connect button, you put your email address in here, and once you put your email address in here, it'll connect with us in our Slack group. We have tons of resources in our Slack group. People looking for jobs, people just looking for advice, people looking for information, and so forth. Right. So again, this is Slack. It's not Discord. So on with using Slack, warn you, it is resource heavy. So you may need to use either the web browser, or if you're on your phone, you should be fine. But if you're on your desktop, and we know most of you connect on your computer, it's easier to open it up in your web browser so it doesn't take up so much memory or so many processes and so forth. That's just an FYI. That's how I use it. Okay. And if you would like to shop with us, we still have our stuff from our 5 year stuff. Still good. We're working on more t-shirts. No, no estate, no date. We're still working on that. But again, if you want to shop and you want to get some merch, feel free to come here and get some merch. Again, if you come over here and click on all products, you'll see on all the products that we have, from hoodies to masks and so forth and so on, right? And if that isn't good enough for you, you can donate. You can always donate with your time. You can donate with your money. So, how do you donate with your time? You donate with your time by saying, hey, I would like to do a presentation, or I like to volunteer on helping us grow the channel. You retweet, you share this with other members. In fact, for those of you that come here every single week, we know you come here every single week and you don't subscribe, subscribe. That helps us grow the channel. That helps us get more content to you. Hey, research isn't easy. I'm not getting paid to do research. I wish it was at a university, but hey, I'm bringing this to you, right? I'm bringing this to you and us and for others, right? So if that doesn't work, you can always donate on PayPal by clicking the donate button. Once you hit the donate button, you have your own denominations in which you can donate. And if that doesn't work for you, you can always reach out to D and you can cut a check and send a check. That works for us as well. All right. So, what are some other things that we actually do have as well? Right. So, we have a discount with IT Pro TV. You get 30% off. I've used IT Pro TV myself. I've done interviews with them. I'll pull those up as well too. But as you can see, I'm logging into IT Pro TV. What are the benefits here? You need to learn how you learn. So, one of the things you can do in IT Pro TV, you can come over here, you can click on courses, and it gives you a list of courses that's separating them out by certification and also separate them out by learning paths. You're like, Tameika, what does that mean? My four basic principles or my four basic foundations of skill sets that you should have is Linux. You should also have an automation tool, whether it's Terraform or Ansible. You should know at least a cloud. I don't care. Pick either one. And finally, last but not least, security. And security comes in multiple forms: security of the operating system, security of the application, and also security of containers, right? And cloud security. So it's multiple facets when we're talking about security. Those are your four basics that you're going to need to to get you a job and then move you up. All right. And we're going to talk about our membership here in another video, but I just want to get this out to you. All right. So that's 30% off of IT Pro TV. And last but not least, our Calendly. We have set up for our Calendly. Let me pull that up. I think I have it saved in my browser here, so I can just go straight to it. If not, I'll get it from D here. Here we go, right here. All right. So with Calendly, we have one-on-one sections. That's where you get to talk to either me or D, and you can request either one. But where you get to talk to us in a one-on-one session, right? Interview prep. Some of you are getting ready for interviews or you've never interviewed before. We want to prep you for an interview. Resume review. Let's go over what you have, or let's pull all your skills together. Let's get things formatted properly. Let's get everything going. And last but not least, career assessment. What is your journey? What could it look like? What could you be going through? What are your next steps? Some of you are transitioning, some of you are not, some of you are looking to transition, and some of you are just trying to figure out what is your next step. So by saying all of this, we want you to enjoy your time here at Women in Linux. And also, as always, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the share button, and last but not least, thank yourself that you actually did it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Where to start is so much. So much has happened. Ethereum, so much. Uber, all the hacks, economy, inflation. Where to start? So much is going on in the world, right? All right, so I decided to start off controversial this morning. This is going to be no, we got our Slack. I do have a Patreon for Women in Linux. I just haven't I just haven't put it out there. But so we do have our meetings this month for the ones that have joined our membership on Women in Linux. I know who's watched the videos, and I know who hasn't watched the videos. All right. We don't put the videos out there for nothing. You never know who's going to be in those videos. You never know what the call to action are in those videos. So if you're not watching, that's on you. My advice to you is to watch the videos. All right. Uh, Findel Oscar, you say you're my cousin, right? And you said you're proud of me. D, drop the link because I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know who it is. I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know who you are. D, so drop the link, and so you can come up. You just come backstage. I ain't gonna put you on screen. I don't know who you are because I think you posted before. Oh yeah, the Patreon, cyber firing the whole cybersecurity team. Man, that's crazy. But I get it. I get it. If I was that Patreon cybersecurity team, I would be going into consulting. Yeah. Because now you can say why you got fired. All right. Yeah, join the stream, Findel Oscar. I'm not sure who you are. I just want to be clear. You're not coming on screen. We're just going to see you backstage. Or you could put your name inside of the chat. But I honestly, I don't know who you are. But you said you were my cousin. So I was like, what cousin is that? I don't know. Because I don't have a Findel Oscar cousin in my family. I mean, really, I don't. So, you know, I'm just being honest. All right. While Findel, family member, gets it together, we're going to get started with something controversial. All right. So, D and I were in Boca Raton was it 2 years ago now, and we met someone who was in the hotel business, and so forth. And D, you said wait 1 minute. Oh, okay. And is oh she said a year ago. And we were got into discussion of, you know, really what it was like to build wealth in Atlanta and build wealth in the hotel business and other business opportunities. Well, oh yeah, there you go. They said devices. Oh, is that from Florida? You get if you can type in the private chat. Yeah, but whatever it says device not connected, so I can't see you. But either way, um, what I want to start out with is Anthony O'Neill did a interview. I watched it, and I actually got in touch with the same person that we met, and they were like, "Yeah, it's one of our peoples," and it just goes to just and then we're gonna get into the chat at the bottom of it for a little bit. I don't want to stay too long, but this video is about the young lady who is 35 years old, and she has built a $30 million uh, real estate portfolio, and she's a single mom. As we all know, if you're a single mom, you're a black woman, you're 35, you hit the wall, toss you over the cliff. No one wants you. You're not desirable, right? These real estate companies are known looking to expand in other countries like Redfin. Yep, yep, yep. See, yeah, we're gonna get into a lot of that today. But let's get on this right now. Don't forget to get your lights up. Don't forget to subscribe. Hit the notification button. Also, join if you're not a member. Join because I'm gonna be dropping some stuff for members again this month, um, and you'll see some probably a guest on there. FYI. But let's hit it.
For you. Do you desire to make an extra six figures on the side or maybe an extra seven figures after your
focus on other things?
Let's go right there.
Sister, because I'm telling you right now.
Let's see when he starts.
Year. All you gotta do is go to the link in today's show notes. Go to anthonyo.com/5 keys. Register for free. Get your girlfriend, get your boyfriend, get your brother, get your sister. Because I'm telling you right now, in 90 minutes, this can change your life. Hey, let's get to today's show because this is going to be a special one. Make sure you register. Peace out.
So people, oh, you don't cook and clean.
Also, you hire someone if you have to.
See, that's what you see when that system's in place. That way I can focus on other things. I know how to cook. I just don't have time. So we gonna eat now, but I want you to cook it. Now, which one do you want now?
Let me ask you this question, brothers.
What's happening? No cap. We about to get a plate. Oh, pull up to the table. Let's go.
Yo, we're going to get straight into it because, the fastest growing entrepreneur today, and I keep saying this, it's not brothers. It's not black brothers. It's not white brothers. It's not Hispanic brothers. The fastest growing entrepreneur is a strong black woman. And man, I've been hearing this name around the internet waves of this young woman, 35 years old, who has built a massive portfolio when it comes to real estate. And you all know me, like I'm the debt-free guy, but I'm starting to have this thought of if you're going to get into really the real estate game, that's pretty much the only game I have no problem with taking out debt. So I did some research on her.
Now, now this is funny now because this goes against because he used to be on Dave Ramsey show. This goes against everything Dave Ramsey talks about. Dave Ramsey is like, don't get into debt, real estate debt. Don't get into debt and don't get into real estate debt. Now, here's the question though. Yeah, you shared it in the Slack. I had seen it earlier prior to that. I just didn't put it in the Slack just yet because I was still wanting to go through it and put out my thoughts. But what's crazy about it is this is what Dave Ramsey says. If you could buy your real estate, you could buy your house in cash, buy it in cash. But the average house right now is around 350 to 4, I think it was 350 to 400,000. So I'm like, well, okay, what average person has $350,000 in cash to go buy a house? Okay, so you don't buy a house in cash, you get with a wholesaler and you buy a house. Okay, so then you buy a fixer upper. So say the fixer upper, depending on where it's at, is between 150 to 250, right? Depending on where it's at. And then you still gotta fix it up, right? So you could possibly take out a loan on that. But then the question becomes is who has 150 to 250 sitting around? Should it be in your 401k or should you have that liquid? Not a- that so buying your house in cash, what you just did was, if we're talking like you got you want a 3-2 or a 4-4, you just eliminated a lot of people, right? To just to buy it in cash. So now the other aspect that keeps floating around is don't do a 30-year mortgage. You're a sucker if you do a 30-year mortgage. You should do a 15-year mortgage, because if you do a 15-year mortgage, then you'll pay off your house quicker, this, but your note will be higher. It's potentially that your interest rate will be lower on the 15, right? Okay, fine. But now what you've done also there is possibly I don't want to say reduce what you qualify for, because what you qualify for is what you qualify for. But what I want to say is people who can make the monthly mortgage payment, right? So you may go from something like 2,200 to something like maybe 3,500. It depends, right? I'm just playing with numbers here, right? And then depending on the area of where you at, the flood insurance, the taxes, the da 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 da, all these other things, right? So I'm just putting out there, like, me personally, this is what I say, right? If you get a 30-year mortgage, you can, as long as you don't have a prepaid penalty, pay it off early, right? Don't get lazy. Pay it off or pay on the principal. If you are going to get a 15-year mortgage, make sure you can pay for it. Like, and this is my rule of thumb: married or single, make sure that one person in the household can pay the house note. Not two of y'all together paying the house note, but make sure one person in the house can pay the house note. That's just an easy rule of thumb. So in case somebody gets sick, somebody loses, you lose income, or you go on short-term disability, or whatever the case may be, make sure just one person in the house can take care of that house note, right? Cars come and go. You can get another car. You could, what I'm saying, you could sell that, be on your merry little way or whatever. But your roof over your head, of course, you can lose your house, right? And you have to live in an apartment or what have you, this, that, and other. But again, we've had that conversation before. It's whatever. All right, so let's get back to the video so you can hear her talk. It's 42 minutes long. We're not gonna go through all 42 minutes. It's just too much. But you can check it out. It's posted in Slack. You can go to Anthony O'Neill's page and check it out. I want to just hit some topics, right?
And I said, you know what? Bring her to the table because this queen is young, brother. She's single, and she's beautiful, and she has a mind. So she has the beauty and the brains. And I like her because she's in the 30s. You know what I'm saying? She's 35 years old, sitting on 30 million. I'm like, well, get your behind to the table. But before we get to today's show, I want to thank our sponsors. Well, one of our sponsors of the show, Churchill Mortgage. You can go to anthonyoneil.com/Churchill. They are sponsoring today's show because they will help you get into your dream home. Real estate is flattening out, right? So you can actually get into it. And here's what I love about Churchill. They're not going by your credit score. They're going to go pre-approval to Von Reeves. She's 35 years old and she's sitting on 30 million. When you say you sitting on 30 million, break this down for us.
Well, thank you, Anthony, for having me on your show.
Absolutely. I had to.
Pleasure
Hey,
to be here.
brothers, y'all better slide in the
Oh my God.
Talk to us. What you got?
So I got 3 hotels. Yep. 3 hotels. I got some residential investment properties, but the majority of my real estate portfolio, the bulk of it is hotels.
Hotels.
Yeah.
So what made you get into the hotel business and not the, housing businesses, like, single duplexes, multiple duplexes, stuff like that?
Well, I actually started off in the hospitality industry. So I started off as a front desk agent.
Front desk agent at a hotel?
Yeah.
For real?
Yep, that's how I got my start. So that's all I knew. I didn't know anything about flipping houses or wholesale. I didn't know anything. All I knew is how to basically check and guess. And I did that while I was in college.
For real?
Yep, I did that while I was in college.
Where'd you go to school?
Georgia State University.
Georgia State University?
Yep.
Shout out to Georgia State University, GSU in the house. Former member of Georgia State University myself. I'm glad they got a football team. All right.
Yep, real GSU, go Panthers. That's right. In Atlanta. And so that, don't hate. Don't hate, because I don't hate on G State, right?
And listen, G State is all right.
All right. We gonna table that. We gonna talk about hotels real quick. And I want to embarrass you on your show real quick.
What was your degree in?
My degree is actually in sociology and hospitality.
Sociology and hospitality.
Yep.
So you knew you was going into the hotel business.
But I didn't know I was going to ownership.
Okay.
Yep. So my goal was to actually become a general manager.
For real?
Yep. That was my goal.
Is there money in general managers?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like once you really get into it, how much could you make?
It depends on the size of the hotel and it depends on how long. Some general managers are making close to $500,000.
What?
Yeah. Because they get stock options. Yeah.
$500,000 being a general manager.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How many Black people are in that?
It's not too many Black general managers. It's more than when I was in the industry.
Okay.
So probably a small percentage, probably like less than 10%.
Yeah.
All right. So $500,000 on general managers. What's going on, Love C? $500,000 on general managers, right? Okay. So remember when I talk about this, when I tell y'all, you get in these companies and you try to figure out what, how to move up. But in this, I want you to pay attention to how she moved up, right? Pay attention to the business side of it, right? What's the business of the company that you're working for? Who are the movers and the shakers? What meetings are they attending? What conferences are they going to? Who are they talking to? Why are they talking to them? What's new? What's coming down the pipe? What's going on? So that's why I always bring you stuff from because and a lot of people get upset with me because of the slack with the post inside with the federal stuff. But what you don't realize is that federal money that's coming in where who was it? It wasn't Raytheon. It was a CACI got $5.7 billion to do a refresh on blah blah blah. Again, that $5.7 billion doesn't only just sit with CACI. That $5.7 billion actually goes to CACI and other companies that bidded on that contract to do that work. So CACI may say, we're not really good at AI and machine learning, but we partner with other people that are really good with AI and machine learning. So that small company or that group of people may get part of that contract. So they may get 10 people in a seat and another company gets 5 people in the seat. But guess what? You may come off and they may break off that part of the contract, maybe 20 million. Now you, this small company, may be a part of that group that CACI and friends or CACI and friends. Another piece to that is CACI once they get to this small group and they get they bid, well, they like, well, we ain't got enough people that specialize in this particular one. So what they do, they go searching on the internet for other people or other companies, or they go search for recruiters to help them fill that role. So now recruiters getting paid from that role. Recruiters were inside a CACI, a recruiter was inside that third party company, and now they find you, who happens to have a company that specializes in this particular thing. And guess what? They may need only 1 or 2 people, or they may need you on that project to do X, Y, and Z. But now you're in the system, you're in the database. You go do the work. You're there for 2, 3, 4 years doing that work, as a contractor, your rate is for you to do that work. Then this how it works. They gonna get you because the recruiter is like, hey, this is what we're looking for, right? You tell them your rates is maybe 250 an hour. They're like, hey, we can't really do 250. Would you settle for 225 or 210? You're like, what I know you got to make some money off of me. You got to eat, right? So they gonna go back and put their money on top of it. All they did was recruit. That's all they did. They're gonna put their money on top of it because they got to get paid. So they may put like, I don't know, $30 or $40. They may put double that. It depends, right? Depends on how far down the chain this is. And then they go back to CACI. And then CACI gonna put their money on top of it. But when CACI put their sprinkle on top of it, you best believe it's probably gonna be double that. So by the time it get back to the government, they might charge for that one position, they might have charged 500 or 600, 700 for that one position, right? And then that money may be over time. But here's where you're missing out. Is what I'm saying is, where do you want to be in that change? Where do you want to be in that chain? Do you want to be the CACI, or do you just want to like, hey, drop these breadcrumbs? I'll take these breadcrumbs. Hey, Melissa, what's going on? Come on up, Melissa. That's fine. That's fine, dude. Oh, your camera not on, dog. But it's all good though. D, drop her in the stream. Wait, Melissa, what you got? Oh, there you go. Let me see. There you are. Hey, Melissa. I can't hear you if you got a mic.
I've got a mic. Can you hear me
Okay.
now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I just want to say you are hitting on so much that people need to know about the costing of things, because we want to cost our being, that six
Mhm.
figures, our body, but we got to look at the actual cost of the product or the service. So I just wanted to say thank you, sister.
You're
Thank you
welcome.
for teaching, the basics that we never think about, because we've been taught that we're worth six figures and
We
not
do
even knowing.
W2. We W2. And I
Yeah.
and I and I tell people all the time on this show, if y'all follow, if you heard me say it, treat yourself as a business. Again,
Yes.
where
Yeah.
you at in this chain? What how do you see yourself, right?
Yes.
If you see yourself as a W2, I'm gonna pay you W2. But
There you go.
if you see yourself as a business, I'm gonna bring you into my business and let's do business development. I want you to get paid for doing this business development. I want you to get paid to go talk to people, represent us. Oh, you need time off? No worry. Don't just take the time. I don't even worry about your PTO. Don't worry about that. We
Yes,
got that,
ma'am.
right?
Yes,
But
ma'am.
it's about building relationships. It's understanding how the game is played, the strategy, what they do, how they advertise, who they advertise with, what brands do they bring in, who they partner with, why
Yes.
did they partner with those people. all
Yes.
these all these little things are business generating
Yes.
revenues for you to join, right? So I just want people to understand, like, just because you see something and somebody won a contract, that don't mean you can't eat off that plate.
That's right. That's
that's what
right.
that's what I want y'all to know. I
But
appreciate you. Oh, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead,
but
go
understanding this whole process is just so good. I work with small business owners, and I'll give myself a plug too. My
ahead.
company name is Go Journey. It's about making mission possible.
Mhm.
Individuals, corporations, agencies. But the number one thing that you hit on is, what is it that we're at the table for? Because whether you're a W-2 or a 1099, it's about using your knowledge and skill to capture a percentage of the market.
Yep.
If this is your world, and I'm climbing the ladder, we should have a plan as to how much is that market worth, and what's
Mhm.
the percentage that I want to capture. I might capture part of it as a W-2 employee, but I might also capture, and hopefully will capture, some as an entrepreneur, a small business owner, and then into a medium business to enterprise. So you're on the money. I just want to say thank you.
You're welcome. And me and Dee talk about it all the time. Like all these solo entrepreneurs out here that really don't have a business because you work for yourself.
That's it. And we have to come together, because if you look at the big picture, we're not able to do this alone. And a lot of times, as I call myself a business and learning architect, I've been in IT since ERP. I went legacy systems to ERP. I could take a legacy system, a freight system, no manuals. I can look at the code and come up with the manuals, training, you know, all that stuff. You did what you had to do, you know, to get it, to keep your job, but also to take yourself to the next level. Correct. Without them being able to, you know, hold you back. Because once you get that experience, it's yours. But at the end of the day, we can't do this alone. We have to look at, you know, here's the market. Even if it's a side gig for some, how do we come up, get these contracts, you know, build the org, cost things out, and divvy up the money, but deliver a quality product or service. We can do the same thing.
Yeah, and the key thing you said right there was build your organization.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. Understand what compliance is.
Yes.
And what you need to understand what meeting notes.
That's right.
Having it in place. I have so much to talk about today. I was like, are we gonna get to the second show? I don't know. Like, I got so much to say, and so little time to say it in.
Yes.
But I just want people to take away and start looking at yourselves differently, and start looking at yourselves for your skill sets are a business, and how do you use those skill sets, which is the business of who you are.
That's right.
And then sometimes you may have to farm things out, but you need to build up in order to get there. Like, we got to be in a place, and we're just going along. And I see the trend happening. I've been seeing it for a while. I'm gonna get all these certs, and once I get all these certs, they're gonna hire me. And then I'm asking myself, like, why are you trying to get hired versus becoming the business and get other people to start sliding in to be in the business with you, so you can contract and partner yourself out. Like,
there you go.
You're gonna make more money that way. But then we're like, no, I need insurance. I'm like, you buy insurance, right?
You cost that in. That's part of your budget. You're exactly right.
Yeah. Yes. Oh man, don't get me started, man. You get me off my task. You get me off my task, Melissa.
You do what you do, and you know, I'm here. I just wanted to say thank you, because you're nailing it. And also, it is a risk, but it's worth the risk, because right now we're in the fourth industrial revolution, and that means that the door is open. It's about entrepreneurship, because we had so many people that stayed in entry-level jobs that the system is constipated. You know, we got people retiring from entry-level jobs.
You're getting ahead of the game. You're getting ahead of the game. Listen, Linda, listen. I got it queued up. One of the big things that, you know, everybody is talking about is this quiet quitting, right? Everybody's talking about quiet quitting. But here's my thing: let them quit.
That's right. That's right.
You need me? So you was looking for me? Okay, let me go on and get that, or let me put somebody in place for that. I got so many little gems and stuff that I'm dropping today. Oh my God. But yes, the whole thing about being a business, building your organization, understanding the market share, where it's going. And that's why I brought up last week, or no, it wasn't last week, it was a couple of weeks ago, about family offices. Yes. And where the rich are spending their money at. What sector are they spending their money in? Right. And again, when you're looking at where they're spending their money at, and then they got this big conference coming up in New York, where you had to have a minimum in a family office of 500,000 in order to, 500 million in order to be in the room. That's just in order to be in the room. So now I have to ask the question: how many Black-owned family offices were in that room? How many Black-owned family offices were? And then the next question is, what's the minimum it takes to be a family office? It's a minimum of 10 million, right? That's a minimum, right? So now we need to, that's why I talk about what's your $10 million plan, what's your $20 million plan, what's your $50 million plan. And people are like, well, I can't get that from W-2. You sure won't. You sure won't. You won't. You can get $1 million. to 2 million on
That's
W
right.
two.
That's right.
You can get 1 million to 2 million on W2, but you're gonna have to invest. You're
Mm-hmm.
gonna have to that money. You're gonna have to get wise. You're gonna have to find. Like, I'm gonna say an enroll agent out there to get you to where you need to be. But again, we got to get out of this mindset that the only thing I got is what's in front of me instead of pulling other people together. And I'm not saying that everybody's gonna be right when you pull them together.
No,
Some
no.
people gotta learn. You gotta. I hate to use the word vet because you can vet a person all day long until shit hits the fan. You don't
That's
know.
right. That's right.
You don't know. You hope and you pray,
You're
right?
right. You're
But
right.
there are certain things you can do to at least get going at the beginning, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can do your background checks. You can do your credit checks. You can do and say what's your history, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can say what's your business model, what processes, procedures do you have in place? Because when these federal contracts when they looking at you, they want to know, can you ramp up when we need you to? Okay, we need 10 now, but we may need 100 people come later. And can you get us them 100 people?
From capable individual to capacity to
Mm-hmm.
teach. Do
Yeah,
we have the capacity? If I can make 1 million by myself, can I make 10 million by myself? No.
right.
So how do I go from that million to the 10 million? That's called capacity. I got to build an infrastructure. I
Yep.
can't get people to understand. If you don't have an infrastructure, you're going to fall apart.
This goes back to what I said last week. This was what I was talking about last week when I said we had and this goes in friendship, businesses, relationships, and all of that as well
Mm-hmm.
too. If I put the proper infrastructure in place and I have communicated that to my team and
Yes,
I
ma'am.
call an audible on that play, my team know where they need to be.
That's
You put
right.
the same thing you put it into a relationship between a man and a woman, whatever, cow, horse, I don't care.
That's
What I'm
right.
simply saying is this: if you have not communicated that plan, that
Mm-hmm.
those team members don't know where they need to be.
That's right.
So
That's right.
therefore, that plan is not going to work because they don't know what they need to do.
There
It's
you
the
go.
same thing when we're talking about business. Your infrastructure, your systems, your processes and procedures have to be in place. If they
That's
are
right.
not, and your team doesn't know what to do, then
Mm-hmm.
you just calling this audible on the play, and the team looking back at you like, "What you want me to do?
That's
Huh?
it.
I don't even know how to do that.
No,
I ain't researched that yet. I
no.
can't. So now it's in shambles. Now you got delays. Now you got pushback. Now the customer is like, "What you doing?"
Mhm.
Now you're looking like you don't know what you're doing.
That's right.
You're
That's
putting a
right.
bad reputation, a bad name out there for yourself. So again, communication, understanding what the infrastructure is. What is your
Yes,
front
ma'am.
office? What is your back office? What compliance do you need? Who do you partner with? What conferences do you need to go to?
Yes,
Who be strategic when you go to the conference? Who are you trying to meet? What are you trying to take away? What is it? Who are you trying to connect with? If you're walking away and you haven't even looked and connected with at least 5 people that can help your business and 10 jobs, you doing it wrong. It's
Mm-hmm.
always jobs at the conference.
You're right.
It's
And
always somebody looking for somebody.
and even for the W-2, my resume is my capability statement. Just like with a business, I have a capability statement. There are so many people committing fraud, putting forward a capability statement, and they really don't have anything to back it up. That's what we
Mhm.
have to stop doing. We have to, like you said, let's step back. If I have a business, I need to have policies, processes, and procedures. What's my approach? What methodologies? There's all these methodologies. What method am I going to
Mhm.
use? Do I know several just in case one doesn't fit? Have I acclimated myself to understand, methodologies? And so
Mhm.
a lot of this we do on the job, because even in college or in that certification class, you might apply on a project what you've learned. But
Mhm.
it's not until you apply it several times that you start analyzing and synthesizing, oh, well, this fell out this time. Oh, and this happened this time. And this is how I solved it. You become a solutions expert at that point. And that's when you can truly say, hey, I have the experience. I've seen this before. I've been through at least one financial life cycle,
Mhm.
of a process,
Mhm.
those are the things we have to look at, but no one is going to tell people this.
Right.
This is the piece that's missing. So often we go into a corporation or a federal agency and we're sitting there and the work is siloed.
Yep.
And people pushing F8 or they launching, they deploying. I don't care what happens after deployment because I did my job and I got my paycheck. You messing yourself up.
Yep.
Go over there and analyze what happened after you did what you did.
Correct.
Okay? Come on. That's where you get that next level knowledge from.
It is the feedback loop.
Yes.
The feedback loop.
Yes.
We put these things in place. What did we do well? What can we do better? And what do we need to change?
That's right.
Is having that constant feedback loop, which always goes back again to DevOps. For me, it goes back to DevOps because again, it's breaking down those silos and having that feedback loop consistently, not after 30 days, not after a week, but that feedback loop needs to be immediate. How can we get this deployed? What did you do to get it deployed? Did you take notes? And can you train others on what you did? Now, you trained others on what you did. Now we need to automate that. How do we automate this process?
That's right. That's right.
Right.
There you go.
And that is so key. I don't care what you're in, where you at, you need to automate the process. People are asking for your LinkedIn, so you might want to drop your LinkedIn as well too.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Drop your LinkedIn. This is what happens when you network.
Hey, I like this. I really didn't mean to come into the show, but since it happened, I was like, well, let me go ahead and give her a shout out. And but you on the money. I so appreciate you because a lot of times, people just kind of blow you off when you're trying to tell them the truth, and it requires them to learn more, and it requires them to engage themselves. So I love this, and I just want to say thank you. You keep on with your show, and I'm sitting here. I'm listening. I'm here.
All right, we here. We got it. We're gonna get back to it. I appreciate you because I could have what you just said. I could have went on for another 30 minutes. What you just said.
Me too. So maybe this is another segment.
Yeah, this is another segment. We're gonna have to do more news at 11.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you so much. All right. D, drop her LinkedIn into the chat if you will. Melissa Hill, I appreciate you for coming up. I appreciate y'all in the audience we did a little shift. We appreciate y'all, but we're gonna get back to it. But everything we said, everything we just said, I want you to look at the video from that lens, from that angle. And then I also want you to look at yourselves on everything we just said from that lens and from that angle. Make sure that you are putting systems and processes in place on your job search, on how you're communicating at work and what you're doing. What's your next goal? Are you going to stay 1090? Are you going to go 1099? Are you going to W2? Some people leave 1099 and come back to W2. Some people don't want to do it. Some people leave tech altogether and I don't want to do none of that no more. I made my money. I'm good. So again, I got a lot in this show. It's going to be action packed. But let's get back to Devon and her 30 million at 35. Keep my mouse over there.
The big boxes. There, of course, like general managers at the smaller hotels, but there are more grown number of women there in Black. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So you're working the front desk.
You're working the front desk, yeah.
And how long did you work the front desk?
I worked at the front desk, probably about 2 or 3 years, maybe. Then I got promoted, so I did other things, and then I was a trainer. So I would go around the country and train folks.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You work in the front desk. At what point did you say, you know what, Devon, I want to get into actually owning a hotel? What hit you? What made you want to do that?
So I joined this organization called Under 30 Gate. It was the American Hotel Lodging Association, which is one of the largest hotel associations. And they had an organization called Under 30 Gateway.
Okay.
And so at the time, I didn't know you could own a hotel, because Hyatt owned the hotel that I worked at. So I didn't know you could own it.
Okay.
So I joined this organization, and there were folks who were my age. They didn't look like me, but they inherited hotels.
Inherited as far as it was given to them by their family.
Right. So, I inherited a house, but they inherited a hotel. I was like, so this is different level. This is a different level of real estate. Yeah. Okay. I said, wait a minute, break this down for me. Yeah, some folks who owned a hotel development firm.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, and I'm thinking I'm a superstar, right? Until I meet.
So I want to pause there. All right. So she inherited a house. She'll talk about this later on in the video, but she also talking about inheriting hotels. What I want to say is, you all that build businesses, because we see this a lot, and this is why this is one of the greatest wealth transfers in history. When we're talking about the baby boomers are leaving these businesses that they have, and they want to leave them to their children, but most of the children don't want to work in the business. So what I'm saying is, if you're going to build a business and you're going to do this, you need to put system and process procedures, system processes and procedures in place, and in policies. But what I'm simply saying is, you need to figure out, not necessarily if you're going to be able to lead it to your kids, or if you're going to leave it to a group of people. And when I say a group of people, maybe some type of foundation or a fund or something, so that business can continue within the family, right? Maybe the children don't run it, but they still get asked, they still get money off that. One of the things that Cody Sanchez talked about was the guy that she had met. He sold his business, but he wanted his child to be able to still eat off the business, but the child didn't want to run the business. So they structured the deal where she still owned the business. When I say that, Cody Sanchez, she still owned the business, but the child still got revenue off the deal, right? For for the next 10 years or the next 15 years, that child will still get money off of that deal. So again, you don't have to completely sell your business and not give proceeds back to your family. You can work, it's your business. You can work that business how you want to. You can sell it how you want to, but leave something behind for that family. And again, not all children want to go in and run that business, but it's nothing stopping you for putting protections and things in place so that that business, your family still eats off that business. Again, this is not financial advice. This is not me giving you what you should be doing. These are just options and things that I have seen and read on the internet, and actually spoken to the lawyers about. But again, please seek your own financial advice. I'm just a messenger. All right.
Meet these folks. So, but they didn't look like me. So basically what I'm saying is it was like the light bulb just clicked. Ding,
Yeah.
ding, ding, ding.
Let me get into it.
Let me get into it
as a Black woman.
Right.
Now, getting into it, I'm going to keep it real. Was it hard because of your color?
It wasn't because of my color, it's because of my age.
Oh, so how old were you when you got into it first?
So I was always either the youngest Black or the only female, and a lot of times all three. So how I actually got into the ownership side, transitioning from operations, working in front office, I took a non-paid internship.
Okay.
So I took a non-paid internship because I needed that experience to get into consulting and the transactional side.
Wow.
Yep. So I did that in the morning from 9 to 1, and I worked at the Hyatt from 9 to 12, and I worked at the Hyatt from 1 to 9. So I did it for about 3 months.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, I love this. The company took me on full time, and I left the Hyatt, and it's been history ever since.
Yeah. So now you do this full time.
I do this full time. So during that time I was learning. Okay. So I was in doing feasibility studies, and basically what a feasibility study is looking at a piece of land and seeing what you can do with it, seeing if it's feasible or not. And so that's why I learned the financial projections. I learned about how to put a deal together, learned about how to raise capital. And I learned it from hotel owners because that's what we were consulting. So I was getting paid to build my experience. They didn't know I wanted to be a hotel owner.
Right.
They just thought I wanted to be a consultant for the rest of my life.
How much were you making before you became who you are today? Like on an average year?
You mean before my consulting? Before I bought my hotels? Yep. Probably about low six figures.
Low six figures?
Yeah, probably about low six figures. Nope.
So key takeaway there, she did some work for free. She still kept her regular job because she still had to eat, and she did some work for free. And I'm not telling you to do some work for free, but what I'm telling you is sometimes you have to take a hit and go shadow someone and just be in the room with them and get the knowledge sometimes. Sometimes you got to take the hit on your time, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying do something for free, but anytime you're doing something and it's not being invested back into your business, or it's not being invested back to increasing your wealth, it's a hit on your time, honestly, right? When you think about how much time it takes for you to learn Linux or DevSecOps or go to read about trading, or when you're invested into to what you want to accomplish, right? And again, I get it. We all want to go out and be fancy and free. You know, I want to be on a yacht right now, sipping mimosas with the chef coming with the food, with my glasses, with my hater blockers on, right? Off the coast of Monaco somewhere, but I am here. I'll get there. I got to put in work to get there, and I'm okay with putting in that work. Don't be afraid to put in some work. Sometimes the work, I don't want to say it's free, because it's not free. It's the gain is the knowledge, right? That's what you're gaining is the knowledge. All right.
Oh, probably no, not low six figures. Probably mid to high five figures.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I own my own consulting firm, so yeah.
And your consulting firm helps people get into the hotel business.
Correct.
All right, let's talk about that, because I mean, I want to get straight into that.
Yeah.
The very first thing for the people watching right now,
Yeah.
they're probably saying hotels. Like, okay, cool. Number one, is there money in owning hotels? Like, can you profit?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just like so a lot of people, they don't realize that hotels is actually real estate. So it's an operating business sitting on real estate. So not only are you profiting from the real estate component, you're profiting from the business component.
That's true, because you're buying a building,
right?
You have the land,
Mm-hmm.
and then now you're running a business with people coming in and out.
Mm-hmm.
Which one is more profitable? So let's say, for an example, like me, let's say, you know what? I just want to get into real estate. Would you say get into the real estate side where you just own the building? Or can you even own the building? Or like, for example, will Hyatt want to come in and buy the building, or will they lease the building?
Probably not a brand, maybe more so of a municipality. Okay. Brands, they don't own the hotels, so they probably own like less than 1% of their portfolio. They actually own the properties. So it's more of a franchise model. Okay. So that scenario or example would be more so from like a city or something owning the land, and then you can lease it out from them.
Yeah. I love it, boy. I love it, boy.
I don't know. You getting a little too deep. You ready?
Hey, man, listen. When I was studying, I was like, yo, this is actually not a bad idea, because I just invested about 6 figures into a fund.
Yeah.
This one was actually for apartment complex.
So listen to what he just said, and I brought this up. We brought this up before. He invested 6 figures into a fund. It was probably a minimum of 6 figures in order to get into the fund. Number one, he had to be an accredited investor. Probably for that fund, if he had to do 6 figures again. So this is something else I was going to bring up today. Lord Jesus Christ, I don't know if we're going to get through today. All right, so listen, accredited investors, right? You all think I keep pushing you for 200K just because I want you to make a lot of money. I'm not. It is a method to the madness. You need to have a minimum of 200K at least for 2 consecutive years, including the current year, in order to become an accredited investor. Or if you're married, you need to have made 300K. But you need to have a total of 300K between the two of you as a married couple. The next one is you need to have $1 million net worth. And I think that's excluding your primary residence in order to be an accredited investor. Or you need to take the Series 65, the 92, and the 7, I believe. Or you can manage a fund. Now, which one is the easiest gateway drug to get into being an accredited investor? For me, it's 200K to get you there to become an accredited investor. Okay, now what does that lend you? Why do you even care? Okay, I'm gonna give it to you from the business side of being an accredited investor. As someone who's raising money for a fund, I have to pick and choose who do I want to be investors into my fund. Is it an accredited investor or is it a non-accredited investor, right? So to start out with, most of the time they're going to tell you go after the accredited investor, right? Because there are a lot of other things that you have to put in place in order for someone who is a non-accredited investor to invest into a fund or whatever the case may be. So they're and then another thing is they don't think the person who is not the accredited investor is financially savvy. So there's a hit on that, right? All right. So the other side of that is also of being a non-accredited investor. Compliance needs to put in place, protections need to be put in place. But also on the non-accredited investor side, you also have to monitor the non-accredited investor as well too. So there are other things that come into play when we're talking about being a non-accredited investor versus being an accredited investor, right? So I'm just giving you that from a perspective of you get left out of stuff. This was really what I'm saying. You get left out. And the bigger the entry level to the fund, the more scrutiny sometimes there may be. But if you're not able to do, that's why you see places like Fundrise and stuff like that. There are protection. There are things in place so that you can enter into the market, right? And in the meeting yesterday, that I was listening to, one of the guys asked. He said he was talking to Simon, and he said, Simon, why do we even care about the non-credited investors? Why do we even care about them? They're not doing what they need to do to get where they need to be. So why should we even care? We can just go after the accredited investors. He was like, and the response was, we need to turn non-accredited investors to accredited investors so that we can get more people investing. He was like, so the real thing that it came down to is, what's your goal with your fund? Are you looking to help people increase their wealth? Are you looking to help people become accredited? Because the more accredited investors we have, the more we can have people invested in our fund. But if we can't help people from being non-accredited to accredited, then what's the point? We need the non-accredited to become accredited. So I need for you to become an accredited investor. I need to have you focus. I need to have you zone in so you can invest in the fund, so you don't get left out. So you don't. So you're at least in the room, at least having a seat at the table, at least seeing how people move. Okay, so that's what we need, right? And then once you start seeing these different rooms and going into these different places, just like she said, the light bulbs will start to go off. The idea of what you can and can't do and where you can and can't be and what you want to do changes. You're gonna see different things. You're gonna see where you can be. You're gonna see what you can do. You're gonna be like, oh, okay, I need to go to that function. Or, okay, I need to be in that person's Rolodex. I need to put that person in my Rolodex. You need to network. You're going to start seeing all these things. And so again, I'm not trying to push you to 200K just because it's going to help increase your net worth. I'm trying to push you to 200K so you can be in the room. There's a different room. It's a different room from 100K to 200K. It's most definitely a different room from 500K to $1 million. And it's most definitely a different room from 100 million to 500 million. There's a different room. That $100 million family office can't even get in the room with the $500 million family office. Put that into perspective, right? We're talking $500 million. You can't even get in the room. You got 100 million. You can't even get in the room. Imagine that. All right, let's get back to it.
Places. And so, y'all know me, I try to do as much as I can possibly with cash. So I'm testing it out with this first thing, right? But now I'm thinking, like, going down your road, like, okay, cool. I could see for the real estate side of things, taking out some mortgages or whatever that is to get into the game, because it seems like there's a lot of money in that space, but you need to be able to get in there with a good amount of money.
Yeah, definitely cash is king.
Yeah.
That's with anything. And also you want to be capitalized. So hotels are very capital intensive, real estate.
Okay.
And it's complicated to get financing for hotels because they want to, because again, it's an operating business. Multifamily, you could just bring in the rent roll, you getting, money for 6 to 12, 18 months. Somebody's going to be coming in.
Yeah.
Hotels, it's a nightly lease. So you don't know if people are coming in. And then one thing about hotels, so multifamily and apartment complexes, people are always going to need a place to stay, regardless if it's the economy's on. Hotels is.
Hold on, I want to give a special shout out. Donette Lord, thank you for becoming a new member. We appreciate you. To the 100K earners, we appreciate you.
Based on the economy. So if the economy is doing poorly, The hospitality. Think about COVID.
Yep.
I mean, you got hotels
struggling,
like shutting down.
Yep.
Well, that's how I ended up getting my hotels, because we bought it during COVID.
Oh,
right.
So you bought it when it was low and they were hurting.
Right.
And then you stepped in there like, boom, we coming back.
I missed 2008.
Yeah. We were young then.
I probably, if I was smart, I had a little cash. See, I wasn't smart.
What you mean you had a little cash?
I had a little cash.
Family took care of you?
Family took care of me.
So wait, hold on.
I had a good grandmama.
Your grandmama, she was.
I didn't listen to your podcast.
What you
mean?
If
your podcast would have been on back then, you know what I'm saying?
Listen, if my podcast was on back then, I will be further along my journey. Shoot. So your grandmama passed down some wealth to you.
Yeah. Well, yeah, she was still alive, but yeah, she made sure her grandchildren, it was me and my sister, but yeah, she made sure it was okay. She set up college funds for us. But since I got scholarships, I didn't really have to take advantage of it.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
See, here's why I like that, right? Because I think oftentimes in the Black community, we teach struggle.
Yeah.
We teach like.
Whoo! Lot in that little clip right there. We teach struggle. Let's go backwards. Anytime I say something about 200K, or if I this is my favorite one right here, 6 figures, and then everybody chimes in. It's only 10% of the that make. Tim, it's only 10% of the population that make that. And then if you break it down, it's only like 1 or 2% of Black people that make that. And if we really want to be honest, Black women are the brokest, so it's probably more men. I hear that shit all the time. I hear that all the time. And my question is, when do you change the numbers? When do you change the numbers? Like 6 figures in DC, and you might. Never mind. I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm be quiet. Listen, I'm trying to get you to understand the money that this 200K I'm talking about really don't really go that far in some places. If you're single, not single, if you're a man or a woman with 2 kids living in the DMV area, that shit get age up. How do you got to change that now? Like how do we change the numbers is my question. We keep quoting numbers, all the stats all day long. How do you change it, right? How do you change it? And that's what I'm talking about. I'm all about solutions. If we ain't talking about changing it, don't talk to me, right? I give you a blueprint every single week. Give you the same blueprint. It's in the word from our sponsor. I give you a blueprint every week, right? And also, even on top of that, I even bring people on that have followed the blueprint. Kelvin, shout out to you. You followed the blueprint. Congratulations to you. Kelvin followed the blueprint. He followed the blueprint. I to give you the blueprint. Shout out to Kelvin for following the blueprint. I'm not telling you something that don't work. I've been using it for 22 years. It works. It's been battle tested. The blueprint that I'm giving you has been battle tested, right? I'm the battle test. I'm still here in tech, and here we are, right? Here we are. Right? I'm still getting phone calls. Hey, would you like to be a tech lead at Facebook? Hey, would you like to be a tech lead at Amazon? Hey, would you like to come over here and work at Google? Hey, would you like to come over here and work at this one? Hey, would you like? I can go on and on. It has been battle tested. I am giving you what has been battle tested. I add a little sprinkle on there. Some things are new, but again, we can't keep talking about the struggle, like. And then the stats, and then don't change them, then don't work towards changing. The other thing she mentioned was inheritance. There was an inheritance. She inherited some wealth. What are you gonna leave behind so people can inherit and start off on a good leg? I was looking at something. I was looking at Lil Wayne's daughter. And she said she went and bought her first house at 21. And she did it all by herself. And I said to myself, why? Why did she have to go buy a house by herself? Right? I get it, right? But in my head, I was like, I understand that's something she wanted to do, but in my head, I was like, it wasn't no estate, it wasn't no house that was already there or anything where like I'm just in my head, I'm just like, I get the understanding of going to buy your own house, but I would have rather have seen her go buy a hotel instead of her own house. Like she like to me it should have been like, oh yeah, my mom and dad had money set aside for me for a house. I went and, we went and got my house, and the money that I was going to invest into a house, I went and bought a whole. That's what I was thinking. I was like, man, in my head, I was like, this is so backwards to me. That's just to me. I get the on the on I get the pride of doing it on your own. I get that. But I'm sure she could have had a lot of pride if she would have went and bought her own hotel or her own duplex or her own island or whatever the case may be. But in my head, I was just like, man, that just didn't make sense to me. That just didn't make financial sense to me. Because in my head, I was like, why has she got to go buy her own house? That don't make sense to me. But again, I get the doing it on your own, boss, da da da, whatever y'all want to call that, right? It's just being it's called adulting to me. It's being an adult. However, it just didn't make sense for her to buy her own house to me. But again, who am I? Back to it.
Like, hey, you know what I'm saying? We all had to struggle and fight through it.
Yeah.
Your story's a little bit different. You had to fight, but fight differently.
I had to fight differently. Yeah. I wasn't I didn't wrap my brain around what my grandma was saying when I was younger. I was young. It wasn't clicking. I knew everything. Yeah. Like I wasn't. So she always told me to keep a paid off house in the family. She always said, keep a paid off house in the family. She said,
oh, grandma.
Oh yeah. So now I'm taking it to the next level. So I'm gonna keep a paid off hotel in the family.
Hey!
Yeah. Yeah, that's the goal.
Yo, grandmama said, yo, we gonna keep both in family.
Yeah, but it didn't resonate. Like, my grandma, she died with no debt.
Okay.
She paid off her funeral. She paid off her funeral 10 years before she died. Yeah.
Yo, rest in heaven, grandma.
Yeah.
I know she's smiling down right now looking at you.
Sometimes she be, shaking her head a little bit.
That's life.
But that's all right. That keeps me humble.
Man, that's good. So yeah. I like that. So grandmama set you up. You
always have an emergency fund.
Always.
Yeah, keep your credit good.
There you go.
Yeah. Your credit is your name.
She said her credit is her name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't have a credit score. Well, I do.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
I have a mortgage.
Yeah. I don't have a mortgage. Only mortgage I have is for my hotels. Yeah. I'm just doing what my grandma said. It's clicking. It's clicking.
She was like, you got a mortgage, I don't. Hey, man, I'm going to be there one day. Give me some love on that, though. I like that. She was like, I don't have a mortgage. So, all right, cool. I want to get into the hotel business. What's the first thing that I do?
The first thing you want to do is make sure that you're financially capable of getting into the hotel business.
What does that look like?
So
let's talk about on the personal side.
So on the personal side, so it's two directions you can go. You can go the passive route, you can go the active route. So what you just said as far as with the multifamily you were talking before, it sounded like you went with the passive route because somebody else is running it for you. You just invested passively.
Okay, so that's passively.
So that's passive. It's like, because you have a business that you're running, this is your baby. You like, let me just let my money grow and somebody's going to handle it. That's the passive route. So that's one route you can go. Okay, but you still want to make sure you have enough money that you can lose because investing is risky. Yes. So if I don't recommend for people to invest their life savings or if they're saving up for a house, I don't recommend anybody to do that, no matter how good the deal is, because it's risky and you don't know if you're going to get it back.
Anything you're investing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm pause right there. So know your tolerance, know your risk. Even when you're going to work at a job, or you're taking on new, or you're traveling with the job or whatever, what's the risk? What is your risk? What are you willing to accept? What's the risk you're willing to accept? And you don't think there's risk with a job, but there is risk with a job, right? The risk is you don't know how long that job is going to be there. You don't know what the direction of the company is going. You can ask all the questions you want to in the interview. The recruiter don't know. No, they don't always know, right? So you're taking a risk by going on. Did you think that the people who were worked at Patreon knew the risk of the whole team being fired? It was only 5 people, but still, it's 5 people that's looking for work right now, right? The people over at Uber, their cybersecurity team has an exploit right now. There's a risk there, right? There's a risk that team could lose their job. What's the security posture there? What are we looking at, right? So when I'm talking about risk, it's risk every time you get up and walk out the house these days now. It's a risk. Yeah, recruiters getting laid off themselves. Yeah, so it's always a risk. So that's why I tell y'all to keep your tools and your knives sharper than your toolbox, right? Make sure you're keeping up with your skill sets. Make sure you're networking. Make sure you're interviewing. Make sure you know what the market is looking like, and that's what I try to bring here. What is the market looking like? What are we looking at in the market? What are we seeing? What's the direction that the market is going in? Where are we putting our money at in as far as the U.S. goes? Where are we putting our money at? The Build Back Better plan. When we're looking at all these different amendments, what's going on in your local city? What's going on in your local cities? You need to know. I can't stress it enough. If you're not reading the business journals or you're not going to community meetings, you don't know what's going on in your city. Know what's going on right in your backyard. There could be a builder building a new stadium right across the street from your house, right? Know what's going on in your community, and know what's going on in your city, and know what's going on at a federal level, right? Everything is a risk, but you can beat that risk though. You can beat that. All right.
Right. So that's one route.
Okay.
So the next route be if you want to own it yourself. Like if you want your name on the mortgage, name on the franchising agreement, you probably need to be capitalized, at least have depending on the size of the deal, but $500,000 to $1 million. And that doesn't just have to come from you.
Okay.
It could be you got 100, you got 4 of the friends, they got 100 each. Now y'all got $500,000. So
then it'll be in my name. So let's say I got me, you, I got my producer and my right hand man Alice, right? So that's 4 of us in this building right now.
Yeah.
So let's say we all come up with $500,000. We give it to you.
Mm-hmm.
You take that $500,000, but the mortgage is in your name, and then you will make contracts with us, and I'm an investor into your.
That's the passive route.
Okay, so.
And if you want to do let's say we all come together and we form a partnership, and you want to be a GP, then that's the active route. So maybe
GP, general partner, LP, limited partner. Keep those in mind. She's gonna say those things. GP, general, and LP, limited.
Maybe my role could be I'm raising capital or something, or negotiating, with the brands. And maybe since you have relationships with the banks, then you're working on the bank side. Like everybody has a role. And so since everybody has a role, so maybe you put in 150, somebody else put this, and then your equity split can be based on what you contributed to the table.
So the average person is not going to have $500,000 to invest.
Some people do, some people don't.
Especially if they're going to capital around as far as in getting the capital.
Yeah, people typically on the first time, not to, unless they come from a different, well-off background. Typically, people I don't see it too much.
All right, cool. So let me answer this question, and I'm gonna answer with you.
Okay.
If I'm drowning in debt,
okay,
on my personal side of things, should I go borrow another $500,000 to invest into the hotel?
No, and I'm not a financial advisor, and I always say to that, talk to your financial advisor, because every situation is different. But it's if you have $500,000 and then you got personal you're drowning in debt. I don't personally think that may be the best decision. That's why I was saying that the first thing you should do is check your personal financial statement, right? Or check your personal balance sheet. And if you don't know how to do that, then work with the financial. So that's why I always say that's the first thing.
She cool with me, y'all.
That's the first thing.
She cool. She cool with me. Because I was gonna let her answer. I want her to be her true self, because she got 30 million. She's sitting on 30 million in her portfolio. So I always respect everyone's opinion. But no, if you drowning in debt,
yeah, I wouldn't recommend
that. Don't do.
I get that a lot. People are like, "Oh, my credit is messed up." I'm like, go ahead and get your credit fixed first, and then come back. It's okay. Just go ahead and get that.
Okay, so this is what I was talking about earlier, right? when you're because what it sounded like to me, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, that sounded like a fund they were that she was talking about, somebody going out to get the money, somebody to do the branding. It sounded like a fund to me. It sounded like a hotel fund. But again, when we're talking about this, and we're talking about people coming in to do these investments, right, as a group together, your credit need to be straight, right? Your credit need to be straight. Your financial history says a lot, because people are going to look at that. And let me give you the other route of this. The other mindset of this. The other investors that we may be seeking to go after, they're going to be looking at us as a group. They're going to be looking at our background. They're going to be looking at our, when I say our background, our financial background, and just my financial, not my financial, but my background. So if you got an investment group and one of y'all is a felon, and you going after somebody who's really like, oh, we don't do felons. We don't do felons here, over here, then it ain't gonna work, right? So again, I'm not telling you to go invest, blah, 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 blah. I'm just giving you how some people look at things, what some people are doing and whatnot. You can do whatever you want, but I'm telling you, let's my mama say, keep your nose and your ass clean. Let's my mama say, keep your nose and your ass clean. This is what all I want to say, right? All right, let's get back to it.
Get that taken care of.
And here's my thing. Why are we building on a rocky foundation?
Right,
You know what I'm
exactly.
saying? And as I'm growing, as I'm evolving, I am changing just a little bit of my ways. And I
Yeah.
think when it comes to real estate, especially within the Black community, we need to become owners.
Yeah.
And that is why I invested the passive route.
Right.
And I gave 6 figures, because you're right. I have this business, this brand that I'm building.
Well, that's not your expertise, right?
Yeah.
And then it's going to take you so long. Now you're taking away from what you're really doing and what your passion to focus on this. You know what I mean?
And that's not. So let's say someone says, oh, you know what? I don't have $500,000. I don't have the opportunity to do that right now. I just got out of debt. I've just now built my emergency fund. So I only have $10,000, $15,000 right now. It sounds like their route may be going towards like
the passive.
Yeah,
their route is the passive.
And you are now even offering like a fund type thing, right?
Yep. It's a crowdfunding platform. It's called Investor. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So we are probably one of the first crowdfunding platforms for hotels.
So break this down, and I'm talking about like to the kindergarten level, because my people are like, okay, what are y'all talking about this?
What is crowdfunding?
What is crowdfunding?
Crowdfunding is essentially.
See, she got a fund and she crowdfunding. This goes back to our Crowd Street conversation. Let's go back to our Crowd Street conversation, right? Again, being able to, because she's crowdfunding, I forget the conversation here, but I think she can do accredited investors and non-accredited investors on the crowdfunding side. You can do that on the fund if you're building a fund site, but you have to put protections and things in place. And now I know from looking at Crowd Street, when we looked at their stuff, they were like, "Hey, if you invest, you on your own. You need to go seek financial advice from your advisor, so the ownership is back on you as the person. So don't come after me if what you invested in didn't work out. You didn't analyze the deal right? You didn't analyze the deal right." So again, I just want to evoke thoughts in your head as to you thinking about who you are. Where do you want to be? How do you want to see yourself? How do you want to build your wealth? How do you want your family to build wealth? Right? And then let's be fair. Sometimes you won't build wealth with your family, right? And family means a lot of things to a lot of people. It could be friends that are family and so forth and so on. Right. So again, I just want to invoke thoughts. I want you to not look at her for the 30 million that she has right now, but look at the evolution, the things that she went through, and the conversations and the networking and how and strategize and so forth. And you take these same things that I'm talking about and you apply them to your W-2 life, your 1099 life, your entrepreneur, your business, your fund, whatever it is that you're doing, right? Apply those same things there. All right, let's get back to it.
What it is old school, is people pulling their funds of money together. Remember that 15,000 example you just used?
Yeah.
So, let's say 10 people coming together at 15,000. Now you got 150,000, So let's say, Anthony, you wanted to buy your hotel. Right. But you needed $1 million and you only had 100,000. Okay.
Yeah.
And so you put the deal on the platform on investor.com. We go through the due diligence and everything. And so you want to raise the rest of the funds. So now we have, folks from your community, your friends and family, they can actually invest. They can come in at the 10,000 because maybe they didn't have 100,000. So they can come at the 10,000. Maybe they could partner with their family. They got 5 the other thing, and they can come in and now, they can invest. And this crowdfunding platform, both accredited and non-accredited folks can invest. And so what an accredited investor, for those who don't know, accredited investor is someone who makes over 200,000 a year or has a net worth of $1 million or more.
Okay.
And not everybody are accredited investors,
right?
But that also leaves a lot of people from not investing in great opportunities,
right?
Because of a lot of the great opportunities where people really make their wealth, only accredited investors can invest.
So what's the non-accredited?
So a non-accredited investor is anyone who falls under that category. So let's say you have you make $100,000 a year and you have a net worth of $900,000, excluding your primary residence.
Right.
Technically, you're not an accredited investor. You have to make over $200,000 a year, and you have to have a net worth of $1 million or more, excluding your primary residence.
Wow.
And by the SEC's definition, that means you're an accredited investor.
Wow.
And if you're married, you have to have a combined income of over $300,000.
So, okay, let's say this person non-accredited comes in and says, all right, I got 5,000.
Yeah.
I know like what my program just did, right? But what would you say is the bare minimum if they're not investing with you, right? And they go into another fund, they're brand new into this. What should they be looking for up front? So I'm giving, Devon 5,000. Am I looking for $5,000 back plus 5%, 10%?
That it depends on the deal. So every deal is different. Every deal is going to be structured different. So you want to go in and ask these questions. You may, and this is just due diligence regardless if a hotel or not. Who is the sponsor? Meaning who is putting the deal together? Does this person have experience? Have they closed before? Who are the members on their team? Ask them those tough questions. When are you going to get your money back? How are you going to get your money back? Is it dividends? Ask those types of questions. Regardless if it's 5,000 or 100,000 or $1 million. Ask still those tough questions.
Tough questions.
Oh yeah.
All right. So again, who put the deal together? If you're talking about working and you're doing and you're going after W-2 work or 1099 work, who's the sponsor, right? Who's doing who would I be working for? What are they looking for? How long is the project gonna last? How long is the contract gonna last? What's your take on this? What's your skin in the game on this? How long have you worked with this particular company? How long are you exclusively recruiting for this company? Do you have other positions? Are you recruiting for other companies? If I get laid off within the next 3 months, do you have other work lined up for me? Where can you put me? What can I come in and do business development with you? If I come in and do business development with you, I'm gonna need a cut. Right? I'm gonna need a cut. Maybe I do business development with you until we find more work for me, or maybe I don't find more work for me. Maybe I just do business development with you and find work for other people. And now I'm just doing business development with you. How you make that transition? What system and procedures do you already have in place? Are you hitting your compliance goals? What does that look like? Right? So multiple ways to skin a cat, right? But again, positioning, understand what you can do and understand where you can be. I hope all this makes sense to you. Drop a 1 in the chat if none of this makes sense to you. Like you're like, this is my first time here. This don't make no sense to me. I thought I was coming for tech stocks and jobs. This is tech stocks and jobs. This is what we do. But again, I'm just trying to spark your mind, right? Spark your mind, all right?
It's your money. You worked hard for it.
Yeah. I said, when am I getting my money back? How much can I expect in return? How many of these have you done?
Mm-hmm.
How long have you been in it?
Mm-hmm. Who's on your team?
I didn't ask that question.
Who's on your team?
I think I may text them.
Yeah, you want to ask on your team because teams are, because you can't do, nobody knows everything.
Got you.
So you want to have a team, and that includes lawyer.
Oh.
It includes who's going to manage the property, right?
Yeah.
So that's probably the biggest, probably the most important person on the team, if not the most important. I mean, literally, because the operator is going to be operating the business day to day. So you're looking at a multifamily, that's the property management company. Wow. So how are they marketing? How are they keeping tenants in? You know, how are they resolving tenant issues? Because you want to keep that apartment complex full. How are they managing the cash flow? Yeah. Right?
Woo wee! Property management. Another way to build revenue, another way to get you some money. D don't look so tired back there, D. Don't look so tired back there. You like, woo, not a lot to do today. Not a lot to do today, D. But again, property management, right? So some people don't even get into the game of owning the assets. They're just good at property management, right? So people contact them and go out and say, okay, well, you know what, I got this property, I acquired this property, we're hiring you to do to manage this property. We're gonna cut you a check, just send me my money, right? So sometimes it work that way. Sometimes people are like, we're gonna do X, Y, and Z and keep it pushing, right? It depends on where how you're gonna fall into that structure. I talked about this young lady, not her, but it was on Bigger Pockets. I reached out to her. We were supposed to collab last year. Um, Bigger Pockets, property management, and I want to see if she comes back up. Again, she was, oh God, she was managing property. I want to say in the Midwest somewhere. She started out with small properties, and I think she now has like maybe 50 million or 100 million under her property management group, but she started out doing something else for prop before she started really transitioning into property management, right? And again, another thing that is not mentioned in here is syndications. So you could do things like buy warehouses or what have you, and do it on a per deal basis. In other words, each time you go to make the purchase of a hotel, it's its own entity. It's not part of a fund. So it could be a syndication. So that deal could look differently every single time, right? So again, we're just I'm just it's telling you and invoking thoughts and things that you can do. Like you're saying, Tam, you want me to go make 200,000, and where am I supposed to invest this money? Again, I told you could be very conservative. This is not financial advice. I'm just giving you options. You can go and be conservative, where you can do the things like just invest in kings and aristocrats, and I've talked about that on the show before. You can be very conservative and just do your 401k, your HSA. You can then do a backdoor Roth IRA or what have you, or an IRA, right? You could do all those things and never ever touch real estate. Slow growth, whatever. And if you invest in real estate, you invest through REITs or fund rise or some a ground floor or something of that nature. You don't do nothing else. That's all you do. You're like, I don't care nothing about none of this, right? But then if you want to break out and be a little adventurous, you can say, okay, well, I don't want to just invest in an ETF. I like Apple. I like Tesla. I like these things, and go invest in those individual stocks. You can play options, you can short, you can do all things, calls, puts, you can do all those things, right? Then you can also get fancy and you can say, hey, I don't want to do that because that seems a little risky. But I want to do I may want to do something like invest in a trucking company, or invest in a real estate fund, or I want to invest into a dog farm, or buy land, or buy an apartment, or buy a duplex, or buy a multiplex, or whatever the case may be. You can do something like that. You can go buy watches. You can go buy boats and rent the boats out. You can turn around and start your lash company. I don't know. It's so many different things, so many different ways. And you could be the bank. You could actually loan your money out where you got $50,000 set aside, and you may do $5,000 loans at, say, 7%, 8%, or something like that, right? You could loan your money out, right? You could do that. You could be the bank. You could say, "Well, I got 50,000 over here. I'm getting to the loan business. You need a quick 10K. You need a quick 5K, or whatever. However you want to do that, and become that person, right? And you could build your website out. You probably have to put some protections and stuff in place, and be a bank, right? You could be a bank. But again, inflation is high, so 5% may not be that. I know some people who loan money, and they're loaning money at 9 and between 9% and 15%, right? That's what they do. That's their thing. So just throwing it out there are things that you can do. All right, let's get back to it. Mm-mm.
Okay.
So hotels, same thing with the management company.
Okay.
How are they operating your hotel? It's a service-based, business, right? So how are they taking care of your guests? Because if you don't take care of your guests, they're not gonna come back.
Gotcha.
And you have to shut down the hotel. How are they managing the cash flow, right?
Gotcha.
And then if you're not an experienced hotelier, then you need to have an asset manager to manage the management company. Because if you don't know what you're doing, you're just gonna believe the management company, and then at the end of the day, nobody's gonna take care of your property like you.
Yeah, right.
So you need to have somebody that's on your team that'll be able to advise you to make sure that your property is profitable, so that way you can take care of yourself. And if you have any investors, making sure the investors get their money back.
She's 35, sitting on $30 million in the hotel and just real estate business, man. I'm extremely excited to have this queen at the table because she is full of wisdom. And here's my thing: when it comes to like knowledge and wisdom, it's how do you apply it? How do you learn, and how do you apply it? And you could literally tell she's listening to her grandma. I want to thank our second sponsor of today's show, Prize Pool. Prize Pool is, in my personal opinion, the number one savings app in America, because it's online. It's going to give you high yielded returns when it comes to dividends and interest and just rewards. I want you to go over to anthonyneal.com/savings because if you open up an account, and let's say, for an example, you're already at Prize Pool, and let's say you put $300 into that account, they're going to give you an extra 10,000 tickets to go towards their grand prize of $25,000, $15,000 at the end of the month. Then every single week, they're giving out an extra $1,000, $5,000, $10,000. And so my people only, go to anthonyneal.com/savings, and they will give you an extra 10,000 tickets to go towards their grand prizes because, hey, they love us. And so I want to remind you of that. Before we go, because this is absolutely amazing. Man, I wish we had more time on our Wednesday shows. But you have a book called How to Buy a Hotel, The Roadmap to Hotel Ownership.
That's correct.
And what's all in this book?
So literally what we talked about, but it's broken down a little bit more.
Okay.
So I talk about, you mentioned some of the first.
All right, so you can see she got a book. She has a book, How to Buy a Hotel. Go check it out.
Things you should do.
Mm-hmm.
First thing, personal financial statement. The next thing is ownership thesis. That's more so like a compass to kind of guide you.
Say that again.
Ownership thesis. Some people call it investment criteria.
Okay.
It just literally walks you through, what type, because there's so many hotel types. There's over 20 hotel types. There's over 100 different brands. Okay. So walk you through, kind of navigate. Also have, it's a visual component as well as different interviews with different hotel experts.
Wow.
So one with my business partner, he's a genius when it comes to analyzing deals in less than 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So I walk you through how to analyze a hotel deal in 20 minutes or less.
All right. Last 10 minutes of the show.
Okay.
Let's get real.
Should I be worried? I'm gonna start sweating.
Yeah, you are.
All right. Don't miss my makeup.
You're 35, and
that's what my birth certificate says.
Yeah, and you're a single mother. You're not raising your son by yourself because he has a great father who's in his life. Mm-hmm. You're 35, single mother, raising a child with another good man, and you're running this business. How are you doing that?
Before, I would have said, oh my gosh, team no sleep. Now I'm big on systems.
Are you?
Yeah, because I realized I was leaving a lot of money on the table, and leaving the most important thing, my health, on the table.
Ooh.
Because that's big. Like, I won't be able to be there for my son or live my life or live to be 92 like my grandma, because I got to take care of myself first, right? So definitely putting systems in place, bringing folks on a team. My hotel, so we bought into that business, so that has a management company.
Okay.
But my other companies, which is my consulting and then my crowdfunding platform, so definitely bringing team members in place and putting systems. I'm not a process person, so that's why you hire people to help you
absolutely
develop those processes and put those systems in place. So that's what I do.
So do you prioritize being a mom? Do you prioritize you being single? Because, I mean, you're single, you're not married, so you have your dating life, and then you have, the business life. How do you juggle between those three?
It is very hard. I do prioritize being a.
How do you juggle between those three? We got Women in Linux, we got 50-50 Geek, we got Building the Fund, we have me working, D working, business partner working, traveling, family to take care of. And guess what? I still got to eat. I ain't even include cooking and exercising in that. So how do we do it? How do you do it? Right? Everybody's always like, yo, you gotta cook and clean. You gonna have you a man around here. I'll let her get into it, and we're gonna go on. But let's let her say what I've always said in the video.
Mom.
Okay.
Because this could, I don't want to, because my parents were present, especially my mom when I was growing up.
Okay.
So I remember her I was in a marching band. So I remember her being at, my games and come with me. Like, I remember that. And and I've heard stories where children, they didn't have their parents there because their parents always working. And that's an excuse to me. So I want my son to know, okay, my mom is here. I remember her coming to my games. When I needed her, she was there.
Okay.
So, being there for him is a priority. Now, since I have my systems in place, starting to get back to the dating world. I do travel.
Okay.
I do work.
Okay.
And so how I balance is just, I take time and I know when to say no.
Yeah.
When it's too much, it's too much, and I say no. And plus, not even that. You make time for what you would make time for.
Do you?
Yeah. I do. I make time for what I want to make time for.
I don't think I can make time for everything I want to make time for.
When some things I can do.
Right.
Some things I can't, some things I won't be able to make.
Yeah.
But then that's when I weigh, okay, what's more important?
Yeah.
Right. If I feel like I'm traveling too much and I'm not seeing my son too much, then you know what? I may have to say no to some things so that way I can be there with my child.
So I'm really good at listening, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I went to seminary school, one of the things that we were taught was to don't listen to just what the individual is saying, also listen to what they're not saying.
Mm-hmm.
You know where I'm about to go?
Where you about to go?
You spoke a lot about your grandma. You spoke a lot about your mom. I don't hear no men in your story.
Oh, my dad?
Yeah. Or granddad.
Well, I think my biological grandfather, but my dad, I was a daddy's girl.
Oh, okay, cool, great.
No, I was like a straight up daddy's girl.
Oh, okay.
If you look on my Instagram, it's straight there.
I was like, oh Lord, Jesus, we ain't got no brothers in this story.
Yeah, I have a younger brother. Okay. But I'm straight up daddy's girl.
That's good.
Yeah,
we got to step up.
Well, that's true. But my dad, my dad, he was a firefighter, and he wasn't big into entrepreneurship. I remember when I first started he was like, no, because he believed in you go to work,
absolutely,
you get a pension,
absolutely,
and then you die,
absolutely.
Like that.
Oh boy, we know that. Go to work, save all your money, and then you just die. And don't that would be probably boomer era, right? Go to work, save all your money. And we have to I think a lot of people don't give, I don't want to say boomers, I want to say the generation before them, whatever that generation is before you, whatever your age is, right? Don't give people credit, right? Because I was looking at it was I think it was on the Shade Room or something like that, where the guy was like, um the young it was a young boy, and he was like, I was talking to my dad, and my dad was telling me about this thing about beepers, that you have a beeper and somebody dial this number, and then they put a code in, or they send something to this thing, and he's like, this was a beeper, y'all, it don't even have a camera. It don't even and it don't even have a camera. And how do they even call anybody back? And it's just like that video that went viral with the young girls. They was like, "This a phone?" And it's a rotary phone, and they're like, "What in the world? Like, I dial so I just do this right here to the number, and then it's gonna dial. It's gonna call my cell phone. This a phone? They say this a phone, y'all, and you forget that the generation before you didn't grow up with what you have now. It just so happened that Gen X is one of them it's a weird generation to me, right? I call us the weird generation because we had rotary phones and beepers, and then now we have technology, right? We had internet. Internet wasn't readily available for everybody. Dial up with AOL, that it was dial up, it was AOL. You couldn't wait to get the AOL in the little net zero or AOL disc inside the mail, because you like, I get me some free time on the internet. With people building websites with MySpace and what that looks like. That, like, it was just we're such a weird generation. Gen X is such a weird generation. Baby boomers didn't have what we have now, right? In fact, babies now, they grow up with a cell phone. Cell phones was to have a cell phone in a car. Oh man, the big brick cell phone in the car. Like I said, we had trapper keepers. Right? So, I don't think people understand the evolution of things, right? Technology, a lot of the technology we're using was created 10 years before it actually hit the mass market, where people started really adopting it. Think about it like this. Let's put this in perspective. How long did it take you to go from VCR to DVD? How long did it take you to go from VCR to DVD? And now you don't even worry about a DVD and a Blu-ray player. That don't even cross your mind. You was like, so it ain't on the app? Netflix don't have it? You didn't even worry about a Blu-ray or a DVD player no more. So the evolution of how you watch movies at home even changed from the VCR. Remember, it wasn't no VCR. You was just watching TV and hope they did a rerun on it. And now it's the VCR. Then it was, after the VCR, it was the DVD. After the DVD, it was the Blu-ray player. And then they came out with a DVD VCR combo. And now you don't even worry about that. Like to have a DVD player, it's not even, you don't need that. What am I gonna do with that? You don't even how you consume music changed, right? You used to sit, if you old school like me, you used to get your tape, and you listen to your Friday night show, and you put your tape in there, and then you hit record, because you ready for the DJ to drop. You don't want the intro, because you got to hear your music, your song, and then you hit record, and then you stop it when the person getting ready to talk again, and then you're like, okay, let me wait. You remember when we used to make our own Love Deluxe our own Love Deluxe tape? We used to make our own Love Deluxe tape. We used to make our own Love Deluxe CDs and stuff. Oh, what? I was what? Man, it was back in the day. You had your slow jam mix. You know, you have peppermint music. It used to be in Atlanta. Used to be turtle music. Yep, the Quiet Storm at night. Right. So again, the evolution of things. Right. You got to get every generation has done something different to where we are now, good and bad. But every generation has contributed something. Right. Baby boomers is the wealthiest generation. Going forward, that wealth transfer is going to transfer to Gen X and millennials, um, who are then are going to become that richer generation. But again, the Gen Zs and who's the bigger generation and so forth, what are they going to do? What is going to be their contribution to what we have now? We have before beforehand, even you can even go back at the evolution if you're or a glass person like me, the evolution of glasses. If you go back into the 80s and look at some of them glasses, they used to be the big cocoa bottle glasses. And if your prescription was mad you had bad eyes, you could just turn to the side and you could see the layers of the prescription in the glasses. And then they came out with thin lens, but your mama couldn't afford for you to have thin lens and scratch resistance. So you had to pick. So then you have to figure out, man, okay, I'm gonna get the thin lens because I don't want everybody to know how blind I am. And then they was like, well, if you got astigmatism and so forth like that, that you couldn't get contacts. Now you can get contacts. Then you got LASIK surgery, and now it's just like it's just an ordinary thing. It just becomes one of these things, right? Again, every generation is gonna be different. Every generation is gonna have a contribution. And I said this before, and I'm gonna say it again. Every generation is gonna get to money quicker. Every generation that like what we think $100,000, how long it take us to get $100,000, they're gonna get it in a shorter time. To get this $200,000, people are gonna get it much quicker, and I see it now. I see, and that's why I talk about DevSecOps because people are getting to that money quicker. They're getting to that 200 quicker. Like that's a thing. Like, oh, it ain't 200. Oh, I don't want it. Right? It's a thing now. Right? Every generation is getting to money quicker. And not only they're getting to that money quicker, the cost of living and how you live is also changing, right? It's also changing how you live, where you live, how you travel. All of that is changing. So the more and more we keep looking at things, as even as Gen X get older, you that thought process, the what you do, how you travel, what it is, what's going on, it changes, right? I even look in the comments on a lot of the videos and stuff like that. And the minute, let me tell you something, this is how disrespectful some of y'all are. This is how disrespectful some of y'all are. When y'all find out a person is 40 years old, y'all be like, oh, they a dinosaur. They don't know shit. And let the woman or the man say he 55 or 60. Oh, he about to die. He about to die. I don't even know. Y'all shouldn't listen to him. He about to die. And I just be like, man, I remember growing up. If the person was older than you better shut up and listen, or you gonna get popped in the mouth, right? Like you just be standing there and you be like, why she did you just pop me in the mouth? Like, yes, respect your elders. That go out the window. Now everybody is like, F your elders. We don't give a you got 18-year-olds talking to 55 and 60-year-olds like they trash. You got people talking to older people who have been through some things like well, it ain't like that no more. And what's so funny is some things are still the same. They're just presented in different things, right? It's so fun to me. So that's why I like the lady and her mom dancing together. That's what I go look at. I go and listen to what a lot of older people have to say. I listen to what a lot of younger people have to say. They're all saying the same things. They just don't even realize it. They're all saying the same things. Shit ain't changed. It's just that they're saying the same things, just a different way, right? And even how you all talk to each other. I watch how you talk to each other. If you do you, I'm very big on and Dia tell you like I like respect is a very big thing for me. I watch how you talk and I watch how you interact with others. I'm very big on that, right? Because if you're gonna talk to the person next to you with disrespect, you probably gonna talk to me with disrespect, right? If you're gonna talk to your family with disrespect, you probably gonna talk to me with disrespect. So I'm real big on that. So I tend to watch that because I'm just like, yo, what happened? Like, what happened to respect? What happened to just let me say what I gotta say, and if you don't agree with it, then fine. But let me get it out at least. But you already done cut me off. You already wrote me off. And I see a lot of, this sounds extreme with what I'm about to say, but I see a lot of people, men and women, really taking people, and this is how the words come out to me. This is my visualization of how the words come out to me. The words come out to me as you're taking the person, you have put them on the stake, you have thrown gasoline on them, you have burned their body, you don't even wrap them up, you just take the stake and you toss them off a cliff. That's how the words cut to me, right? That's how the words cut to me. That's how people talk to each other now. That's how people listen to each other. It's not even listening to even understand or even have empathy or get an understanding of where that person is coming from. It's just like, it ain't like that, lady. You old. It ain't like that, man. You old. And then you literally want to take them and you want to toss them off a cliff. In fact, you're not even, deleting them before they get tossed off. You just tossing them off alive, like screw them. Like that's what I see, and I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to respect. I don't know what happened to listening. I don't know what happened to try to understand. I don't know if we're in this era of fast money or if we're in this era of lack of discipline. I don't know what happened, but I see it a lot. I see it a lot. Like it's not alarming because I just won't deal with you. I just won't even have you in my circle. That's real easy. You just don't have you in my circle. I don't even worry about that. But it's more so um a setback. It's a setback, right? It's a setback because you did miss out on what that person's story is. It's always a chance to learn something about someone or a generation of what they went through and why. And so not necessarily that the mistakes won't happen again or you won't go through those certain things, but you can at least heed the warning signs so you can get some knowledge and gain some knowledge. So Matt ran over. Let's get back to the show. And we'll go on.
That was his,
That's my dad.
he had the same job for 25 years.
Wow.
He was a firefighter.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that philosophy because it worked back then. You know what I'm saying? I think now, in today's day and time, I think having a good career is important.
Yeah.
Because people like you and I, we need solid people who want to work 9 to 5.
Right.
Everyone can't be an entrepreneur.
And I'm glad that you said that because I think a lot of people, especially what's going on social media, people are feeling like they have to be an entrepreneur, like they're failing. And I'm like, no, because matter of fact, the majority of my investors are people who have corporate jobs or work 9 to 5. Like I don't have, matter of fact, none of my investors in any of my deals or my platform, they're entrepreneurs. Yeah. They may be entrepreneurs on the side,
right?
But their main job is they're in corporate.
And that's what I want to say.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, if you have a good career, have a good career.
Yeah.
But what can you do on the side that can generate you some good income? And I'm very big on this because I met this one guy who's He makes $225,000 a year. No, I'm sorry. He makes $68,000 a year in his job, but makes $225,000 on his side business. And I was like, well, how come you won't leave? He said, because I actually enjoy what I do for my career.
I thought he was gonna say because of benefits.
No. He was like, I enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? He was like, but the $225,000 is just like, that really pays my bills. He says, bro, this is my play money over here. And I was like, wow. And I believe that there's nothing wrong with having a career, but also, especially in the Black community, we do need to build something so that way we're not held to this.
Held them with multiple streams of income.
You know, we can have it, grow it, go from there. So,
well, my personality didn't fit with me being like in corporate. Like I'm thriving now because I'm more of a strategic creator. And another thing is like, I'm passionate about building my own brand and helping, others. Like going back to, now you got me talking about my daddy now.
Oh, let's talk about him. Let's talk about a Black man on this show. I love it.
I love my daddy.
Hey.
He's not here with us, but my daddy. Man. I know, I love my daddy. But I even dedicated my book to him.
I saw when I opened it up.
So my dad, I remember when I was working in corporate, he was like, Devon, he was like, everybody at that job I had a Ford Explorer. I love my Ford Explorer. It was paid off. I had about close to 200,000 miles, but it was still going.
Wow.
It was paid off. No.
Hey, so about paid off.
It still worked, right? And so he would make fun of me because he was like, Devon, everybody in your parking lot have a nice car but you. Basically what he was saying is you need to do more. Don't continue to work. If you're not valued, if you're not getting paid enough, don't stay. Don't just be loyal just because of, he was basically learning from his mistakes. Like, he's like, I want you to be, better than me. Of course, he saw a little bit, but he never saw me own my own hotel. He saw a little bit.
You see it?
Yeah. I want him to check in it though.
Pop see it.
He see it.
Pop see it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he's proud of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I love seeing my Black sisters really building and doing it. I think men get intimidated. Do men, when you're dating, are they intimidated by you?
Some, I just literally got back in the dating pool because I took like a hiatus. It's difficult.
Oh, snap. There come the thing. Oh, yeah. Are men intimidated by her? Yes. Yes. No one wants to believe this. And people always want to say, oh, no, they're not. Y'all are lying. They're not. Listen, I've had it happen to myself. Diaz, my witness, has seen this. I'm not being controversial. This is part of the video. I've had men say, I'm not qualified to go out with you. Literally call me and say, I can't go out with you because, you're doing X, Y, and Z. I've had men say, oh, I can't be in a relationship with you because I got credit card debt and you don't have any. And so what I look like coming into a relationship with you with debt, I'm like, you look like a person that's coming to a relationship with debt and you need to pay it off. Like I don't know what else you want me to say, right? I've been told we can't go on this date because you too corporate for me. Like I couldn't go out with you because if I want to play spades, you ain't gonna want to play spades. I say, and I always say, you don't know who I am, right? Like you don't know if I play spades or not, which I do. I don't play spades for fun because it's a serious game around here. You probably go if you suck as a partner, I'm gonna tell you. You suck. If we playing team dominoes, you suck. If we playing Uno, you better be ready. You better be able to talk that talk. We don't sit at the card game and be like, this is peaceful. This was just so entertaining. I'm just so fun. And this is just so loving. I love that everybody is here together and we're just, no. That ain't what we doing. Who got the ace? Who got the ace? I know one of y'all got the ace. It must be your partner over here holding on. That's the only spade you got, right? Yeah. We gonna talk that talk. I don't know what that is, right? So it's been arranged. It has been arranged, right? people are like, oh, I don't want to date you because if I do, we're gonna lose the friendship and da 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 da. I've heard all kind of things, right? Heard all kind of things. So I can only imagine with 30 million in your portfolio, I can only imagine the ridicule that she has had. And even more evident is in the comments of this video. I went through and read the comments. Oh yeah, I'm a comment reader. I'm a comment reader. And the comments in this video, on this video, y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. That's all I want to say. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. Again, crucify her, wrap her up, burn her, toss off a cliff. It's what it is, right? You damned if you do, you damned if you don't. If you're on welfare, you're damned. If you're making money, you're damned. If you're a millionaire, you're damned, right? You're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, right? So I'm going to tell you from Tameika's perspective, go make as much money as you can and live your life. That's married, not married, single, partnership. Again, and D hates this. Your roaches should be working, okay? Get them on Instagram. That's just what it is. All right, let's go.
Difficult. It's difficult. Well, I think sometimes, in my opinion, again, it's just my opinion, sometimes they think probably when women are too appear to be dominant, that they may not, they may not be as submissive as they want. They may be too dominant.
Wow.
But a lot of times as women, sometimes we don't have a choice. But if we're feeling comfortable or if somebody comes in that role, it's cool. I think sometimes men think, I don't have hotel money. Well, I didn't ask you to have hotel money.
Ooh, she said a word. I don't have hotel money. I've heard that before too. I heard that, oh yeah, I don't have the kind of money you got, but I do okay. And I'm like, what are you talking about? What kind of money do I have? How do you know what I got? I don't discuss my finances with you. I don't discuss what I got. I don't even, truth be told, I don't even talk about none of this stuff when I go out on date. I try not to because I know exactly where it leads. I know the drill that it comes down to. I just don't even talk about it. Like if we're on a date, let's talk about skating. Let's go talk about throwing some rocks as far as we can across the water. Like I don't want to talk about nothing about me. I don't want to talk about nothing. And people get upset because they're like, why you don't want to talk about it? Because I just know where the conversation leads to. And it's not a healthy conversation. It becomes a battle. It becomes an argument. It's an immediate competition. And I'm like, why did you feel like you needed to compete? Oh, that's what you're doing? Oh, I see I got to step my game up. Well, why you got to step your game up? Because of what I said. Just step your game up because of you just want to be a better person for yourself. Don't worry about me. Worry about you. Like Dion say, worry about yourself. All right, let's keep going.
I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you to buy me a hotel. So it's other ways that you can impress me. You just led off with I don't have a hotel. I'm like, I didn't ask you that. You're not even trying to get to know me to see what I like, to see what I want. You may be like, oh, okay, that's cool.
Hotel money?
That's what people say to me. I'm like, I didn't ask you about that.
Brothers, we got to step up to the plate.
Yeah, it's the other thing.
So would you date a guy who just works a normal 9 to 5?
Yeah, I will. No, the reason I'm saying it because no, I would. They don't have to be an entrepreneur. If he has a 9 to 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you date a mechanic?
If he owns the mechanic business.
CJ, Alex. I was listening to this Clubhouse room yesterday, and she said she would never date a mechanic, and all of us was like, yo, do you understand? Like, these mechanics make good money, especially if they own the
Okay, for one, I'm not doing my oil change. So if the light fixed, there you go. I mean, so it's other things. Like, as long as somebody's, and as long as somebody treats you right and love you right.
Is if he does have a 9 to 5, does he have an entrepreneurship mind? It's not about the income. It's about the mind.
It's really more so the mindset. And also he needs to be confident and secure, right? I don't want to go home feeling like I'm competing with my partner. Like we should be rooting for each other.
Yo, put this camera on me, CJ. Ladies, I want y'all to comment in the comments if you're watching this on YouTube. If you're listening to this on podcast, jump over to YouTube for me real quick and just answer this question. Do you all feel that men are insecure when it comes to a successful woman, whether you're Black, white, Hispanic, whoever you are, right? Because if so, I think I'm gonna do a show with men about why they do not want, because I have heard men say that they don't want their woman working, but I'm like, is that because you just want her to be free and just focus on home, or is it because you're kind of insecure with the woman? And I think sometimes, I do believe this, that sometimes I think ladies get it confused. I don't think it's because they think men are insecure. I think it's because men just really want their wives to be at home. And I heard one guy, and I'm keeping it a buck, it's on my show. One guy said he just want to be able to have all the sex he can with his wife, and she just focus solely on the family.
But the women can do that.
You women can do what?
Women can do a lot of things.
Y'all can.
We can do a lot of things.
But if y'all are working, building like you, let's be real, you married, you come home. I've had married friends say that sex be kind of like lazy.
I'm not going to talk.
Pause for the cause. Okay, so let's get into it. All right, so the sex be lazy. Let's talk about it. Bad backs. LaDeon is in the back talking to this. She on her ass. Let's talk about it. Bad backs. Poor diets. That's across the board, man and woman. Let's talk about you just tired. And let's talk about all the things that you got to do. Dion is like, no, Tim, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't go off the cliff. So somebody said I can smell his insecurity for him. Why is he making that part of the interview? I didn't make this up. I didn't make this interview. It's just part of the interview. But we're gonna talk about it. We talk about everything. Let's talk about it. D, don't try to. No, D, we're gonna talk about it. D, no, D, we're gonna talk about it. Listen. Okay, everybody gets older. You're just gonna be mad at me. You're just gonna be mad. I don't know why when everybody get older, they think they still a spring chicken or they don't have these problems. But your libido is not the same if you're not eating the proper foods, if you're not doing somebody said, come on up, D. Come up, don't be sitting in the back, D. She in the back, like don't do it. Come on camera, D. But again, I'm just being honest. Even with your working W-2, 1099, your business, you do have to take care of your health. You do have to watch what you're eating. You do have to watch your health, your blood pressure, your so forth and so on. We just saw Jesse Powell die at 51. I've been saying for years, D knows this. I've just being honest. I've always said Black men die before 56, and I've always said that. It's just not nothing new. I said this before. You can go back and look at some older videos. I've said this before. I don't know what it is. I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know what's going on. I don't know, right? And I even had to ask my mom about, certain people who died, certain men who have died in our family and what happened, what age did they die? Yeah, he's like, yeah, they didn't make it to their 60. They died when they was like 54, 55. They didn't make it to their 60s. Like, what is that, right? It is what it is, right? D, don't try to change. Talking about thank you for joining Tech Stocks and Jobs. She's trying to change it up. All I'm simply saying is this: do men get intimidated? Yes. And people ask, well, how do you know that they're intimidated? Because this is what they say: you intimidated me. You're intimidating. And I've had conversations with my male friends, and they said, yes. If you and I were to date, you would be intimidating to me. I've had my male friends say that. So this is not something that we like, oh my goodness, you're making this up in your head. It literally come out their mouth, and those are the words. So I can only take you for what you say, right? I'm not gonna dive off into it. I'm just gonna ask you, okay, what's intimidating about it? Well, I can't keep up with blah 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 blah. Blah. So I don't even worry with that, right? And I've been out with trying to date men back when I was, indeed, he's been right there when we was exercising and doing 20 miles and stuff like that. And men would literally be like, what you trying to do? Kill a man? No, that's too much for me. You doing 20, running 20, 30 miles a week. What you trying to do? Kill a man or something? What you trying to do? You trying to break his back? What are you trying to do there? Like you can't win. You can't. You're gonna always be in a lose-lose situation, right? So rule of thumb is just make as much as you can, be healthy, and keep that motherfucking shit pussy. That pushing. Just keep it pushing. Because people gonna talk about you. That's all I'm saying. D, was that clean enough? No, it wasn't clean enough. Oh shit, you gonna have, well, I don't know what to tell you, right? I'm better right today, okay? I'm better right today. I'm better right today. All right, let's go. Back to it.
I'm really gonna get people in my deal. I'm not gonna answer that.
Don't do it.
I'm
But
not gonna- I'm
they're
not
already
trying
in
to
your DMs
marry
now.
you.
Your response right there, they're already like, oh wait, I know what she about to say.
I'm not gonna say anything.
But that's what some of my close friends say is like, man, listen, that entrepreneur woman sex and intimacy with their spouses sometimes is not the best because they're so tired.
Well, that's why I don't cook and clean. So people, oh, you don't cook and clean.
Oh, so you hire someone if you have to.
See, that's what you see when that system's in place. That way I can focus on other things. Think about I gotta come.
Systems.
That's why. So think about it. What you want to eat? Oh, I gotta cook. Now I can't focus on you. But if I got somebody cooking, you gonna make sure. I just told you I'm a grandma's girl, so I'm gonna make sure you fed. I'm not gonna cook it. Now I know how to cook. I know how to cook. I just don't have time. So we gonna eat now, but I want you to cook it. Now, which one do you want now? Sometimes people can be a little too picky.
So, brothers, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question, brothers. What she's simply saying without saying it, because I can say it on my show. She said, listen, I'm going to make sure you have all the intimacy you need, but we're going to hire someone to cook. So do you want a wife who will cook and give it the not so good, or do you want to hire? And I like how she said it. Do you want to put systems into place that will help y'all's relationship long run? And I like that. I really do like.
All right, so Free, yes, you missed a lot. You missed a lot, Free. You done missed a lot. So, yes, she don't have time to cook. She has access to what? Yep. Right. So tech, sex, and jobs. I can show enough do a whole show on that. From look from the corner to the kernel. Woo, that should be the name of the show. From the corner to the kernel. Woo, I can do a show on that. But listen, again, this is what's going to be the most important thing to you in a relationship, right? You got to figure it out. You got to figure out what's going to be your thing. Is it going to be that she need to cook, or that she need to clean, or what is it? Because let me tell you, the men that I know, they have cleaners that come to their house and clean up. So I don't know why the cleaning would stop because y'all are dating. I don't know why the cleaning would stop. Woo! I don't know why the cleaning would stop because y'all are now dating. You coming home. I like it too. Tech, sex, and jobs. I can say it. I think that might need to be a new show. What about tech, sex, and health? How about that? Tech, sex, and health. And then we just roll jobs under the tech. D, don't be setting up these emojis. These don't nobody know what that mean, D. What does that mean? Don't nobody know what that mean. D. All these random. Yes, D. Yes. Dion, we come from an era of Dion. Let's back up. If you were in Atlanta in the 90s doing Freaknik, if you were from Atlanta during the 90s and Freaknik, if you just been to Atlanta You want me to name all of them? Because I can drop the names. The Gentlemen's Club, Nick is 1 and 2. This is about Nick is 1 and 2. This is about business. So let's talk about the business of the strip club. I'm just playing. They gonna fall out in the back. You not from Atlanta? Oh, she's not from Atlanta. You just passing through. Ooh, we can't, boy. This is what I'm saying. This how you know D is a traitor. D, just for you. Let me go on and whip them out. Because what I do best, I smell the hate, so I must put on my blockers. Okay, these blinding me. Let me put my blockers on. Oh, D, you brought out some hate today, boy. D done brought out the hate. Woo! Yes, those are educational institutions of value. Educational institutions where you get the best hot wings ever. Best hot wings and fries ever. With the best blue cheese. People don't understand. I'm a blue cheese and hot wing girl. You can't come to me with blue cheese and ranch. And your blue cheese gotta be creamy. You can't have the old run. You know how you shake, you know how you tell the difference between the blue cheese and the ranch? You shake it. And if it's doing all like this, that's ranch. But if it don't move, little thickness to it, that's blue cheese. But then you get the blue cheese where they don't have the blue cheese crumbs in there. So when you dip it, you dip your hot wing, the crumb be on the. I don't understand how to eat hot wings. I don't know about the wings. It gotta be. You can't dip your your wing. Who drum? We're gonna start a war right here. Drums or flats? Drums or flats? Drums or flats? Drums or flats? What we got? Drums or flats? What we got? Oh, let me see. I gotta see these comments come in. Ooh, we getting flats. D-block them. All the flats, block all the moderators, block all the flats. Moderators block all the flats. Drums all day. What is the point? What is, as my aunt say, what is the point? What is the point of the flat? What is the point? Flats are not wings. You are right. See, you can stick around, but them flat people, they probably think the earth flat. We can't have the flats. What is the point? What is the point of the flat? The drums. You take extra crispy, that's right. You take the drum, right? You dip it in and pull it out. You just want to roll it back. I'm a dipper. And I don't need all that extra sauce on there. I want the sauce on the side so I can dip. Now I feel like we need to have a meetup. I feel like we need to have a meetup. Don't give me ranch at all. Right? Give me blue cheese. Double up on my blue cheese. Why y'all bring me this ranch? I just discovered flats in 2019. I had no idea what they are. You eat the drums, I eat the flat. Free. I can't with you. I'm disappointed. I must say. Flats. Free flats. Oh, can't. Shout out to all the drums. I see you. Sasha, I knew it. I knew you was a drum. Sasha, I knew you was a drum. I knew you was on the right team. I knew you was on the right team. Extra crispy, little lemon pepper, little switch it up with a little hot. I like hot. I don't like habanero on my wings. I want them just hot, you know. And this is my other favorite too. Crinkle or steak? Which one y'all going with? Crinkle fries or steak? What you got? Crinkle fries or steak? Crinkle fries or steak fries? Which one you got? This gonna really set you apart right here. Some of y'all like them string fries. Them ain't fries. Crinkle or steak? What you got? You got, I see some both. Free like steak. I like steak too. I like them both. It depends, right? It depends on where I'm going. If I'm going to a place that got okay wings, they got to have good steak fries. But if they got good wings and they got the crinkles, we finna be here. We about to be here. Crinkle all day, crinkle. I see crinkle steak. Oh, do y'all need seasoned? You said seasoned curly fries. Do the steak fries need to be seasoned? So I see the crinkles. Waffle. The waffle wasn't an option, data. Waffle was not an option. You are an anomaly on the data list here. Waffle was not an option. Waffle is you must be going to Chick-fil-A. I don't know nobody that make waffle fries at home. JR Crickets, that's right. Medium extra crispy with fries and blue cheese, please. Cause them little cricket wings, the little cricket wings be small. They be like this. They be like this. So you can get about a good 30 of them and be like, girl, you got 15, I got 15. All right, and we're gonna get back to the video. This is my last question because I just want to see where everybody at, what we got, what we're working with. What you drinking with that? What you drinking with this? What we drinking? Yeah, waffle is the new generation. What we drinking with this? What are we drinking? What are we having? Water, milk, Coke, Pepsi, Kool-Aid, some kind of mixed drink. What we drinking with this? I just want to know. Just want to know what you're drinking with it. Lemonade, figure that. Lemonade. Taco Mat has a different taste than blue cheese dressing. I don't know about Taco Mat. I haven't been there. Flavored lemonade. Strawberry lemonade. That is not my zodiac starting a fight. I'm just asking questions on flats and drums. And those who are flats must be blocked. Sweet tea? Okay. Strawberry soda? I don't know. I'm a Coke girl. Give me a Coke. But I do like strawberry lemonade. I like lemonade. I don't know about sweet tea with my with the wings and the blue cheese and then sweet tea. That's got to be deep south. That's got to be deep south because most of the time when you go out, these people don't really make good strawberry lemonade. I mean, not strawberry lemonade, but sweet tea. Root beer, block C. Love C, you block. Nobody want no root beer. C, block C. You nobody want no root beer. Crushed grape. Crushed grape. If we talking about crush, the canned crush, and then the grape soda. If you're gonna do crushed grape, you might as well do crushed orange. Root beer. Root beer and pizza. I don't even know why you drink root beer. What is it? It is like flats. What is its purpose? What is the purpose of root beer? Other than the float, and I don't even do the float. What is its purpose? Who made it? What is its purpose? Sun-kissed orange. There you go. Sun-kissed. Bring the sun-kiss in. It is. That sounds like diarrhea, D. Root beer and vanilla ice cream sound like diarrhea. That's what that sounds like. Gas and diarrhea. Bubble guts, as you say. That's what it sounds like. All right, let's end this. This video. I just wanted to see where everybody at. So when we have a party, we know that We're gonna put flats and drums on separate sides. If you use a flat, you go over here. Use a drum, you go over here. Y'all that are both, we'll set up a section in the middle, so you can be both. We'll make sure they're healthy. We'll make sure they're healthy, meaning fresh grease. and hot fries. Hot fries. All right, let's get back to it.
Like that, because that's for me. Like, I have systems in place. Like, so when we're recording 1 week out of the month, I actually hire a chef to come in and cook for us.
Right.
Because when I've learned, when me and CJ was in here at the beginning, before Alice joined the team, we sometimes had an attitude with each other because we weren't eating good.
And y'all didn't probably have any women.
And we had no women.
Yeah, because men, y'all be so focused, y'all don't think to eat.
Grinding.
Women, we come in and be like,
listen.
Yeah.
And it was my good friend. She said, you need to hire a chef. And then I called my CPA and I said, yo, can I write that off? Because I wasn't about to pay for a chef if I can't write it off. But then when I looked at it, she said, absolutely. And when I look at the money, I'm maybe spending about maybe an extra $700.
But look how much time you're saving. And look how much now you're thinking, you're focused with me. People get on me now. My family even get on me. The women are, what you mean you don't cook? I don't clean either. Get somebody. I got too much.
I ain't even mad at that though, because if we put systems into place and there's food and the house is clean and you oversee that as my spouse, and I'm still getting some.
And the thing is, I let them know up front. I let you, so it's not like, man, dog, she don't even cook. No, you knew that because I told you I don't cook. I can't cook. I just don't want to.
I ain't even mad at that. Because as long as you overseeing it and making sure we good,
yeah,
man.
Because I don't like a junky house because they'll make me all stressed out.
Ladies and gentlemen, her name is Devon Reeves. She is single, 35, sitting on 30 million. We're going to tag her information in today's show notes.
Oh my God.
So brothers, all I'm going to say is you don't have to own a hotel or have hotel money, but you do got to have some brains on you. You know what I'm saying? But seriously, solid woman. I want you all to get a copy of her book. I wish we had a lot more time on this show, but this show is all about exposing financial messages that are not really seen out there. And she's 35 and she has the wisdom. And I'm going to ask.
All right, so I'm a comment person. And somebody asked, does it seem like he competing? So let's blow the comments up here, and let's get into these comments. Are they at the top now? Where my comments go? Let me bring it down a little bit. There you go. All right, so here we go. Right here, posted 2 hours ago. Blow up a little bit more. Let me see. Are they up here? When I blow them up, I can't find them. Hold on. Here we go. Here they are right here. All right. All strong Black women are single for a reason. Terminology for strong woman. Hard-headed, can't tell her she can do everything a man can do. She don't need no man. Right? First comment, yes, I feel in my experience that my partner was insecure. He was saying he did everything in his power to bring me down because I had nothing, and because he had nothing and I had everything. My fault for choosing this person, but he had no car, no education, no job at a point. I feel it was his insecurity that made him aggressive with me, and we were unequally yoked. Kudos to her. What's so sad? Kudos to her? What is so sad? It is the massive number of Black men. That's what BM stands for. A la KS, they're talking about Kevin Samuels, jumping up and down and screaming that a woman like her is not a good match. At 35, single mom and too ambitious. She's absolutely amazing. They want Pinky Cole. Some people say yes, insecure. They say, Anthony, you should date her. Great interview. Dinner if arranged. There's one comment down here that I wanted to get to. Not that one. It was actually a guy that left this comment. And it was, I think about 5 or 6 people had commented on it at this time. Hold on, let me try it. I'm looking for it. I had it up on my other screen. I may have it still up there. Basically the guy was like, she too bossy, basically. Oh, here it is. Here it is right here. She's nice and good looking, but the financial part of her I care less about. It's her boss mentality. Can it be separated from the feminine woman at home merit? My perspective. The response was, why does her success make her less feminine? You don't like her boss mentality because you don't have a boss mentality. It sounds like you're insecure, trying to reduce her to be subservient to you. He responds with, just reading your response, I'll fill you in because I don't have that mentality. So this is my view. It's not me being insecure. Most Christian men, even myself, we as men, I have studied money and career isn't more attractive. It's cons- I'm concerned how's your life at life as a good wife and mother and being soft, cooperative, peaceful. Money isn't a factor for successful relationships when men choose for marriage. I don't need a boss chick, but a traditional woman who has a family first, not a career first. And she said, I'll ask again, why does her success make her less feminine? Money and ambitions isn't a desirable trait. You can disagree to agree, but don't insult people because that's how you see it. Judging by your response, you don't come off as reasonable that men don't care about a woman's money or more, right? So you're gonna have all these conversations over and over again with people. That's what they do. Everybody is, not built for everybody. You have to find your person and find the person who's interested in you and willing to um, being able to be able to communicate with you, right? And y'all can share your dreams and go there. And everybody was like, some people like, I don't want a woman to build wealth with, and I'm like, okay, well, you just want her to be at home, but again, like I say, most men are passionate at 56 in the black community, so I don't know what that looks like when you're talking about building wealth. I don't know. All right. Uh, yeah, the men in her league are not these men. Like, we too broke to argue. That's what I'm saying. We too broke to argue. She can't win. She's not looking at him anyway. Correct. And I just want to bring it up, right? And we have this thing about, oh, you're a boss, you're this, and I just be like, I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what you're a boss, what the boss mentality is. I don't know what that is. What I do know is that at the end of the day, um, if you are in tech and you are on a team, every person on that team, every person on that team is looked at to be the go-to person for that team, right? Whether it's if you're on that team and your thing is the cloud, there you're the go-to person. So you are by default in leadership on that team. You're the subject matter expert. You're that SME. So it is what it is. If he should traditional at school, he should have a traditional first money money. Then the minister should. I don't know if he's gonna take his shot or not. Again, she's got a kid, 35, toss over. She's by today's standards, she's not worthy. That's what y'all say. By today's standards, she's not worthy. But she sits over here with 30 million. She's already told you she got systems and procedures in place, and she's not gonna cook. And it's funny that you say that. When I was talking to my mom last night, I was like, "Did you cook?" And she was like, "For what?" She's like, "It's only me in this house. How much cooking do I need to really be doing for myself?" Go Journey, thank you for Go Journey Inc. Thank you for joining. Thank you for becoming a new member. Thank you for becoming a 100K earner. Thank you. Right, we appreciate you. Um, Again, it is like, how much food can one person eat? How much food can you consume? Now I know some people can consume a lot. Like, don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying, when it comes to cooking, like you gonna cook maybe on a Saturday, Sunday, maybe even on a Monday, or you don't cook on Monday, you may cook on Wednesday, but Friday, Saturday, where we going? Where we gonna eat at, my G? What we eating tonight, D? What we eating tonight, D? What we eating tonight, D? Crazy thing, if she chooses to have a business that feeds her family and not a 9 to 5, does that negate her womanhood? And it's so crazy, right? What the definition of womanhood is, what the definition of masculinity is. I and it's so funny to me, right? And I had to think about this. I was like, when I got married, the thought of what's his credit score was like, didn't even cross my mind back then. It was just like, I like you like me, you want to see me successful, I want to see you successful, you want to see us successful, we got a plan, let's go. Would I do that now? Probably not. But but again, that's what it was back then. It was just like the credit score, like credit. I ain't have no credit. I ain't have no credit. So it's just funny now to me that now it's like all these things, like, man, it just seemed like y'all just make dating you know what dating is like. When I listen to this stuff, what is Survivor? It's like Survivor. It's like, okay, you got me and you, and we got to go on this journey to see if we gonna make it to the end of the show. It's like Survivor. It's like you might as well just put two people on a Survivor game show, one man, one woman, or a group of men and a group of women, and y'all get to the end, and whatever man is left at the end and whatever woman is left in the end, that's who should date each other. Like, that's what it seemed like to me. It just be so crazy to me. Just to me. I don't know about everybody else, but to me it does. All right, so I want to bring this up. It's messy tea day. It's messy day. I feel like being messy today. So, um, software engineers from big tech firms like Google, Amazon, Microsoft, and Meta are paying at least $75,000 to get 3 inches taller. A leg lengthening surgeon says, you all are out here buying more leg length. Y'all want to be taller. I want to be taller. And it's men and women in this article that want to be taller. Like I say, people come in different shapes and sizes now. Y'all men can go buy units. You ain't gotta be bald. You can go buy you a 6 pack. You ain't gotta be fat. You can go buy, you go buy whatever you need, right? You will buy whatever you need out here. So hey, if you don't want a chef, you can hire somebody that comes in and cook once a week. You can get meals delivered. There's so many things. 3 inches. I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. That's right. That's what it was. All right. So let's get into it. Here, 3D medical illustration of the femur bones, right? And they're adding in 3 inches, in some cases 6. I'm like, so now you got to go back and ask the person, now, what was your original height? Were you a man or a woman when you born, and what's your original height? Because you imagine you get with a person who's say they 5'7", and then a couple of years later you see them and they like 6 feet and whatnot, and you the woman, then maybe you don't know him and you just meet him and he's 6 feet and y'all have a baby, and you be like, dang, why the baby ain't growing? That baby ain't growing no taller. Why the baby only growing to 5'8"? So you didn't get nothing from your daddy? No, because your daddy was 5'8" before. That's why you didn't get nothing from your daddy. Your daddy lied about his height. Y'all make me laugh every week. every week, yeah, I swear it's something I hear on these on Obama's internet on in Beyonce's birthday month. Y'all make me laugh. All right, let's get into it. What is that from Google or Microsoft? This is an article in GQ. Las Vegas surgeon can lengthen patient's legs via a painful month-long process. He breaks the thigh bones and inserts nails that are extended every day for 3 months. I'm gonna break your thigh bone and just crank out every day these nails to lengthen. Like, what the hell? What the dope man done sold me? What the dope man done sold me? All right, so a Las Vegas cosmetic surgeon who specializes in leg lengthening procedures can extend a person's height from 3 to 6 inches. 3 to 6 inches. So if you're a man that's 5'6", we got something for you. For $75,000, you can go get you 6 inches. You can go get 6 inches. If you 5'2", you can go 6 inches. We got you. Now I don't know what that looks like. I don't know what that looks like. You laying down. I'm trying to figure out why this is legal. That's why is this legal? 6 inches. All right. So Kevin, I guess Debbie Shard, whatever, founded Plast-X Institute in 2016, and the clinic's business has boomed during the pandemic, he told GQ. So the man that you was 5'6" before, you looking at him, he's like, he awfully tall now. I remember him looking like that. Because he went and got surge. He went and got the surge and grew 6 inches, or 3, or 5, or 4. Right? Here's how it works. The doctor breaks the patient's femur or thigh bones, inserts metal nails into them that can be adjusted. The nails are extended a tiny bit every day for 3 months with a magnetic remote control. So you ain't even got to be in the office. He's just going to be up there just torturing you for a month. Zzz, you growing every little bit. It can take 2 months to slowly lengthen the bones and for the legs to heal. One software engineer told Google he spent the first 3 months after his surgery alone in his apartment and ordered delivery food during that time to go from 5'6" to 5'9". He didn't go to full 6. He didn't want the extra 6 inches. If I'm going 4, I'm going to go 6. I ain't going to go from 5'6" to 5'9". And 3 inches now, buddy, give me 6. From 5, give me 6, bye. Give me 6. The procedure costs anywhere from $70,000 to $150,000, depending on whether the patient wants to grow 3, 4, 5, or 6 inches. The common denominator of whatever his name is, client base, is that they are wealthy. So these wealthy $250,000, $500,000 men, they may have been short a couple of years ago. Y'all need to check y'all, and all they're gonna do is go update their driver's license, because you can't check that. I don't know how you gonna check to see you. Oh, y'all out here. Y'all ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Y'all got units. Y'all got enhancements. Oh, we need to do a tech section jobs. Oh, we need to do a tech section jobs. Oh, y'all ought to be ashamed. Right? But they vary from profession. GQ reported that he treated CEOs, actors, and who were the actors? 1 minute he 5'9", and he 6 feet in the script. What? And a bevy of high earning tech workers, mostly men but some women, have come to him for the procedure. I I joked that I could open up a tech company. I got like 20 software engineers doing the procedure right now. He charging anywhere from 70 to 150,000 a pop. There was a girl yesterday from PayPal. I've got patients from Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Microsoft. I've had multiple patients from Microsoft. The surgeon said he didn't recommend the procedure to athletes since it could decrease their ability. And many of the patients GQ spoke to said they didn't tell people they had the procedure done. You think I don't know if you done hiked up, jumped up 4 or 5 inches? You think I ain't gonna see that? Well, I swear y'all think we just slow. The stigma around plastic surgery for men has begun to fall away in recent years. Cosmetic procedures performed on men went up 325% from 1997 to 1991. Y'all getting fake abs and everything. We already know it. And Silicon Valley plastic surgery has increasingly become a way for male tech workers to reach their physical goals in recent years. We ain't working out. The Washington Post reported in January 2020 that men were turning to Botox, fillers, laser treatments, and techniques meant to stimulate collagen in an effort to get ahead in their careers. And then they got an article right here. Men in Silicon Valley are reporting are turning to plastic surgery to get ahead at work, but they're rebranding as personal optimization, which means that the 9 times out of 10 that the insurance is covering it. Right? They want to just say you want to be a bad bitch. Just say you want to be a bad bitch. All right, so D posted a link. I'm gonna pull it up. Oh man, D, you gotta post the link in the back. I want to see the scars on lead lengthening, leaving scars. I want to see the scars. Shout out to good insurance. But uh yeah, drop y'all thoughts in the chat. Hold on, let's pull these scars up. All right. See, height lengthening and orthopedic article resources. Have you ever wondered if lead lengthening surgeries leave scars? Like the little short insert. That looked like a little small little insert. Mm, let's see. Mm, mm. Oh, look, here's one right here. Look at that. He did it. Oh, that seems so painful. Look at this. You mean tell me you don't think I could tell that? Y'all out here tricking folks. Oh, y'all out here tricking folks. Oh, so there you go. There you have it, lead lengthening. Just putting it out there. I'm not going to ignore the pressure. Nah, I'm not ignoring the pressure of men being over 6 feet. But here's the thing: you didn't nobody tell you to go get the surge. The surge. You went and did that on your own. Some women date short men. I know plenty of women that's 6 feet and their husband is 5'10". I know plenty of women like that. I know plenty of women that date short men. They just want, again, you can say whatever you want. Y'all say y'all want a woman feminine, fit, and submissive. And then you be like, I can't afford her. Again, go with what you, who like you, and you like them back. That's all I'm saying. Go with somebody that y'all like each other. At least like each other. Jesus Christ. All that other shit you figure it out. I'm telling you. All right. So where I want to go. I got one other one. Let's go here. This goes back to something I said earlier. And then we're gonna walk through my links. I got a lot of links. You're in the over 6 feet club. Good job. Tell your mom and daddy, say yay. Some men get height from their moms. You don't say nothing about no BBL. Men get BBLs. Didn't Saucy Santana get a BBL? Put my hater blockers on. What I hate come. Did Saucy Santana get a BBL? Didn't we see that guy that left his wife? He was on there. He left his wife and went and married the man, and he went and got a BBL. Y'all out here bugging. Y'all tripping. Y'all out here tripping. Y'all be out here in these streets tripping. Y'all had these babies, and then the man turn around and leave his wife and go get a BBL and go get married to a man. Like, oh, y'all be tripping. Y'all be tripping. I'm like, what the dope man done sold me? I already know about the penis enlargements, but god dang, you said skip that, give me a BBL because I'm a bad bitch. I can't. I can't with y'all. Boy, now I gotta check thighs for scars because he may not have been the same height he was when we met. Is it a unit or not? At least with the woman, you can kind of, if it's a bad surgery, you know she got a BBL. You got a BBL, okay, all right. You went and got, some fat sucked out or something, this, that, and other. But now y'all was tripping. Y'all out here getting scars for 3 or 4 inches. Units, hair implants. You already get the pec implants, so you ain't got to work out on your chest. Y'all just go get the pecs done. You already gonna get the 6-pack. Y'all just covering it all up. Ain't nobody working out no more. Ain't nobody doing that. Laser hair removal. Getting your hip shaved down. Y'all, let me be quiet. For people come on here and be like, Tam, you homophobic or something. I'm not. I'm just saying what you're doing. Now I gotta look out for leg lengthening. Legs, hips, thighs, lions, tigers, and bears. Oh my. Jesus. Whew. You ain't seen the men doing it. Oh, you ain't seen the men doing the BBL. Oh, you're gonna have to go look that up. Men are getting BBLs. Saucy Santana got him one. I don't think Big Frida got no BBL. I ain't seen Big Frida ain't got no BBL, but the Sauce man got one. And the other man that I'm talking about, he got one too. Because he showed off his BBL to his new peoples. It was a big thing that was on the internet because he was like, yeah, I love my wife. And then he gaslighted her and told her, like, basically he left her and told her she ain't had no self-esteem. They got 2 kids together. And then he left her and went in and got engaged. They was engaged. She left her while they was engaged. They was due to get married in a couple of days or something. And then he left her, and then he was like, "Yo, I'm engaged to a man." And then he went and got engaged to a man and got a BBL on top of that. Okay. I read your comment. I think is mostly women getting these surgeries. No, it's not. I think most brothers are getting passports if they have issues finding an attractive woman in the US. No, that's not it. That's not it either. So let me see. Let me do this. Let's see. Um uh so in the US, there's 167.5 million women in the US. Let's say half of them married. There's still 80 million women. And every 80 million plus, right? Let's say half of them crazy. 40 million, right? We down to 40 million. You mean tell me in the entire US you can't find? I don't I'm gonna even say I'm gonna be nice and say 10 million are good women. Out of 10 million, you can't find a one. You only need one. You mean tell me you can't find one? I don't believe that. And we don't Code and Evelyn, they don't care about no fitness trainer. They go out the window. The fitness trainer is the doctor. That's the fitness trainer. All right. Where my mouse go? I don't know where my mouse went. Where we go? Mouse. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right, let's get into this. Yeah, it's this one right here. All right, let's go.
Ted M says, what do you think about the quiet quitting trend? Ted, I think there's a much bigger trend that nobody's paying attention to, which is the never applying in the first place trend. If you talk to the average 16 to 22-year-old, they are uncomfortably aware that making $50,000 a year, $70,000 a year, selling stuff on Facebook Marketplace or eBay, making Google AdWords, doing small brand deals on TikTok, companies are gonna have a tough time getting people in for under 100K when there's so many goddamn options for these kids to make money on the internet. These kids are not growing up with the world we grew up with. We shit on Gen Z for being entitled and lazy, and what they're being is thoughtfully understanding of their options.
That's interesting.
So I believe you have to provide extra value. I'm sitting in a room with Andrew, who's filming me. He's investing in me and the opportunity. It's not just a job. He's making a bet too. He saw what happened to the people before him. It gives him confidence that it's a bet worth taking. We as companies are gonna have to come up with concepts that enable these youngsters to make a bet worth taking, because the alternative is more interesting.
So with that being said, when I see stuff like that, that just tells me that people are not going to apply. Number one, and number two, if they're not going to apply, who's going to fill the work, right? Like I said, people are getting to the $100,000 quicker. They're getting to the $200,000 quicker. The route of taking 10 years to get there, that's gone. You can ixnay on the 200K in 10 years. That's not happening. That's out of the door. People are not coming, are not waiting and skilling up and waiting 5, 10 years in order to get to 200, 300,000. They want that out the gate, and they're gonna do whatever they need to do to get there. So my generation, Gen X, including millennials, it's going to look different to Gen Z. The 40-year-olds are the old heads. The anything after 40 really is they're considered to Gen Zers, to be honest. They're considered um not what's the word? Senior citizens. Just want to point that out to you. Considered senior citizens. So again, how the goal to get to that $1 million, to 2 million, to 10 million, to 3 million, Those goals are out there, and people are not looking at $1 million as what they need to get to. People are looking at my retirement. I need 10 million. I need 20 million. I need 30 million. Excuse me. And as I'm telling you this, as I'm saying these things, I'm saying to you that people are not looking to retire broke. And so you're gonna have to figure out a plan in order to get there, right? Figure out a plan that's gonna in order to get there. No, this didn't take a left turn. Q4. I wasn't being petty, Sam. I was just telling the truth. All right, so let's get into this. Investing in real estate isn't just for the rich. Become a landlord for as little as $5, or buy vacation homes from $68,000 via these 11 startups. Right. I had this on my thing for about 2 weeks now. I didn't mention it, but here we go. Again, we talk about fractional ownership, just like you invest into your stocks at a fraction of the cost with fractionals inside of, I think it's Fidelity, and it's slices inside of Charles Schwab, where you put in $5 to invest into a stock, right? Certain stocks that you can invest in for $5 and so forth, right? So let's look at the trend. A trend in real estate is making a second home and investment property ownership more affordable, fractional or co-ownership. In short, home buyers can purchase a share of the property instead of the whole thing. The main audience for fractional ownership is those interested in property that's not their primary residence, whether it's a vacation home or an investment property. Buyers have the ability to purchase a share of the vacation home and enjoy the property as much as their respective percentage allows, or buy a portion of that property and earn passive income, right? Passive income. So let's drop down here to who they are. I'm assuming you could say Ancana. This is Encana. Yeah, Encana. That's what it looks like to me. This Mexico City company sells shares of luxury homes and apartments throughout the country, with destinations including Los Cabos, San Miguel de Allende. I'm sure I'm screwing that up, in Acapulco. I've never been there. I always heard about Acapulco, and I ain't never been there. I want to go there. I never been there, even if I just land for a day. What are we doing is giving people access to much more affordable vacation homes, right? The shares of the 23 residencies listed on Akana's site begin at 68,000 for 1/8 ownership and 6 weeks of use annually of a two-bedroom, two-bath apartment overlooking the beach and the Pacific Ocean in Puerto Vallarta. The offering topped out at 470,000 for 1/8 ownership and 6 weeks of annually of a six-bedroom, six-bath house with a thatched roof and infinity pool overlooking the ocean in Puerto Incendio, also Mexico's Pacific coast. So if you went here, I'm sure you could see their stuff. But let's see, I don't know. That's the third tab. Remember that. I'm assuming it's this one. They come out of Y Combinator. They come out of Y Combinator. So here's some of their places, right, that you can fractionally own, right? You can have fractional ownership. This one is the 470. mm. And I wonder if they're looking for people to be accredited investors here as well too. I'm curious. 110. Let me see. Can I sort? No, I can't sort, but I can scroll down. 288, 151, 99. This was the cheapest one for 100,000. I don't know what your return is though. But at least you get some perks though. You get to utilize some stuff where you can go vacation there. It's got a rooftop, 2 bedroom, 3 bath. Purchase is whole home is 290,000. Um, Closing and legal costs, home upgrades and improvement. Their service fee, they get a they got a service fee of 10,000. Vetting co-owners, so they do have a vetting there. They do have a vetting there and ownership, 12 weeks per year, 1/4 ownership, and then they got a property brochure here, and then they walk through the brochure here, right? What does it look like to own the whole nine, right? So, just a FYI, some you may want to look at and start your own business that way or something. All right, third tab. The next one was Arrived Homes, which was bought by Amazon. I showed you that earlier this year. Ember, the three founders are Ember from left to right. So Ember founded last year out of Salt Lake City, Utah keeps coming up. Ember allows buyers to purchase a share of a vacation home and split time there with other shareholders. 1/8 of the share guarantees you 45 nights and one holiday weekend, while 1/2 of the share will guarantee you 180 nights. Floor prices to buy a share of an available home start at 328,000 and go as high as 679,000. Potential buys homes in the category range from under 200,000 to 1.3 million a share. Ember is West Coast focused with vacation homes in Washington, Oregon, California, Utah, New Mexico, and Texas. And you can go check them out. They're on the Series A. Fintor. Fintor mission is to democratize access to real estate by providing buyers, particularly millennials and Gen Zers, with property investment opportunities in up-and-coming American cities. The app is the brainchild of Farshad Youssef, Yousefi or Youssef, and Mossad Jalili, who wanted to confront the challenge of investing in real estate when saddened with the financial obligations like student debt. They're Iranian. See, they said investors in Fintel properties get a monthly dividend from properties whose rents generally range from 1,500 to 3,000 and receive payouts through share price appreciation and net proceeds when a property is sold. You can buy in as low as $5. All right. Fractional is the name of the company. Fractional lowers the financial threshold. Minimum buy-in is 5,000. I won't go through everything because we got 11 I'm going to go to here. Here's relatively new to the world of fractional vacation ownership, but it's been in development for years. It's Miami based, so forth. The average investment is $584, right? I guess Como. Available properties start at 98,000 for a 2 bedroom, 2 bath. Mexico City up to 732,000 for Miami's Davis Harbor. All shares grant purchasers 6 weeks of use. Owning more shares grants you more use, right? Lifestyle Asset Group out of Fort Collins, Colorado. That's actually what brought me here, was her story. Destinations range from downtown Manhattan to Florida Keys, as well as international places like the Caribbean and Mexico. Not surprisingly, shares in these homes often come with a hefty price tag. For example, a fifth of a share for a 5 bedroom Seabrook Island in South Carolina will cost you $342,000 with an annual fee of $17,000. She has a particular group that she is looking at. What's going on, Jasmine? The Journey to Jasmine. I don't know why I want to call you Jasmine the Journey all the time. I don't know. Oh, you awake? Did you just wake up? Lofty. Lofty is a blockchain-based fractional ownership company with a minimum buy-in of $50. Appeals to tech-savvy Gen Zers and millennials. The 2021 Launchpad platform has raised over 5 million from investors, including Y Combinator. Right, just because of the technology behind it. It's because of the technology behind it. Pacaso is a vacation home co-ownership startup founded by two Zillow alums. Says it's the fastest ever to achieve unicorn status. It is a valuation of $1 billion. They're based out of San Francisco. They nearly sold 400 units or shares according to February press release. Price range are mid 200,000 to 2 million a share for destinations. Right. Rove. Role founder is Calvin Cooper. This app is back as a platform based for real estate investment opportunities as low as $1. Rove. All right. And that was it. Hope you found those interesting. Like I said, it's more than one way to get into real estate, more than one way to skin a cat. And I just showed you 11 different platforms that you could use yourself in order to get into it. Right. Um, I'm not sure what kind of tech is behind them and what vetting properties they're using. Like you probably had to read on their website. They probably want you to be an accredited investor if you asking for that kind of money that they've been asking for. All right, so from Thailand to Portugal, these are the 10 cheapest countries where you can buy citizenship or residency for as low as $19,000. I don't know if I covered this before, but here we go. All right. Eligible to foreign investors can buy a golden passport or a visa for over 30 countries around the world. They provide citizenship or residency status for an exchange in exchange for investing in the local economy. Here are the 10 cheapest programs with investment requirements from 19,000 to 250,000. Thailand, minimum application fee of 19,000 required. It is Thailand Elite Visa. The membership program provides qualified foreign investors with a privileged entry visa that is valid for up to 20 years. There are 8 different program options ranging from elite flexible one to elite ultimate privilege according to Thailand, right? Minimum of 19,000. The next one up is Panama, golden visa, $40,000 minimum investment required, right? The next one up is Latvia. 60,000. That's not 60,000. That euros or francs. I think that's euros. Minimum investment required. Antigua and Barbuda, golden passport, 100,000. We want your money, right? Minimum investment, but that's what it looked like. St. John's, Antigua, and Barbuda, right? Wonder how much it costs to live there. Let's go. Um, Barbuda, Barba, Barbadu. Did I spell it Barbadu? I'm spelling that all wrong. I know I am. Buda. Buda. Houses. I'm just curious on what these homes look like. I need to get these things translated over into U.S. currency here. I just wanted to see what we selling. Well, I need to invest 100,000 in order to be here. Right? Photos. I just be wanting to know, what am I getting? And also, I'm gonna go here. I want to go images. I want to see what we looking at. That's a TripAdvisor show thing. All right. And we go Antigua and Barbuda. Is Barbuda off the coast? Let's see. Is it off the coast of Antigua? Yeah. Okay. That's why. Because I'm like, okay, here's St. John's and here's Barbuda. All right. We go St. Kitts. Okay, you way out there. You way out there. Let me see something. Um, go here. Let's see, Barbuda. Bar- to what was it, Barbados? That's what? No, that was St. Kitts. Now I had no boat, had no plane, ferries. I don't think and then how do I get there? Where do I fly into? How do I get to Barbados? How do I get to Barbados? A high speed ferry. There it is. It says the most popular way to get to Barbados is a high speed ferry. It takes 90 minutes from Antigua to Barbados. Okay. Because I was wondering, one of these islands got to go there. Like, how do you get there? So you can, from Antigua, you can go here, here, and here. But I'm just wondering, how the hell you get to Barbados? Do you fly in? Or you got a ferry? You got a ferry. You got to catch a ferry. Just a FYI. I just wanted to know. Just wanted to know what they were selling. All right, 100,000 gets you there. For you to, I don't know how long. It says the program's financial and most expensive option is to invest at least 1.5 million into approved business on the island, along with a $30,000 fee. It says the least expensive option is a $100,000 donation to the country's National Development Fund. Alternatively, applicants can donate 150,000 to the University of the West Indies. Applicants can also invest in designated officially approved real estate worth at least 400,000, which comes to about a $30,000 processing fee. The program's final and most expensive option is at least 1.5 million into an approved business on the island, along with a $30,000 fee. Dominica, Dominica, $100,000 minimum. St. Lucia, $100,000 donation required. Grenada, $150,000 minimum investment required. St. Kitts and Nevis, $150,000 minimum. Macedonia, golden passport, 200,000 euros. Portugal, 250,000, and that was it. So if y'all got this money, y'all can go make these investments. Need link for the fractional. Okay, hold on. That was actually on, I think, last week's joint. All right, so here, Sedona, Arizona will pay cash to Airbnb hosts who stop short term. That strategy is catching on. I think I talked about this before. Wanted to reiterate that they're paying $10,000 to stop. I think I said, hey, that sounds like a bad deal. Matt Damon endorsed crypto platform sues Australian woman after accidentally sending her $7.1 million instead of $68. What y'all doing? Y'all giving it back? Y'all giving this $7.1 million back, or y'all gonna disappear without a trace? $7.1 million instead of 68. The crypto exchange accidentally sent $10.5 million Australian money to a woman in Australia instead of $100 Australian refund she requested. The woman allegedly spent and transferred the money, and now Crypto.com is suing for its return. It took 7 months for the Matt Damon endorsed Crypto.com to realize they accidentally sent her $7.1 million or 10.5 million Australian dollars to an Australian woman instead of $100. Now the cryptocurrency trading platform is going after the Melbourne-based whatever that is, T Manival, TM. We gonna call it TM, and her sister TG, because I don't know what that is. That look like thangalanga. That it looked like thangalanga to me. I can't. I'm gonna mess that up. Let's go. D was like, why don't you use Google? What is it? Google something? What is it called? Google something? Google pronounce or what is it called? D. That looked like thangalanga to me. I don't know how to say that. Let me see. Will Google come up with how do you what's the name of it? Google Words, Google Sound, Google Translate, yeah. Let me put it in. Google Translate. That looked like thangaling to me. I don't know what that is. I'm gonna screw that up. Enter text.
Nagari.
See, it sounds like thangalanga. That's what it sounded like. Listen to it. Listen to what they said.
Nagari.
T thangalingalee. That's what it sounds like to me. We're gonna go with thangalanga. That's what it is. Thangalanga. All right. So the court documents show that in May 2021, an employee for Singapore-based trading platform mistakenly entered an account number into the payment amount field. Crypto.com realized it had accidentally sent Manivel. You see, they don't use that name number. You see, they don't use Thangalanga no more, right? Millions of dollars in December 2021 when it was conducting a routine audit. It was an audit. She could have got away with everything. Old Thangalanga. All right. Manivel spent 1.35 million of accidentally windfall on a property according to the filing. While the cryptocurrency transactions are not reversible, centralized platforms can theoretically reverse payments in cases of fraud or error. But in this instance, the company did not discover the error until 7 months after some money had allegedly been removed or spent. The company convinced authorities to freeze Manivel's account in February. I hope she ain't had that in there, but she already transferred the money to other defendants named in the case, according to the filing. The judge ruled in Crypto.com's favor, and the case returns to court in October, where the judge will determine the next steps in the case. The suit comes at a difficult time for the platform. In June, the company laid off 260 employees. Thangalanga, she should have left Australia. Don't come to the United States. She should have went over there to the West Indies somewhere and dropped $100,000 or found her a global citizenship. I'd just be on the run all the time. They would have to come get me. And I'd be like, I'm hiring security. I'm gonna be like, what's his name? Like Jack on 24, or like old boy, old girl with the what's that show, Dion, we used to watch with the guy. He was protecting his daughter. It wasn't the minimalist, it was something else. Oh, he was protecting his daughter, but he had the black guy that was his security guard that would do his dirt. Man, please. I'm going you can't find me. I'm paying. What y'all need? I'm good. Leave me alone. She stayed in the same area. That thingalinga wasn't thinking. That thing wasn't thinking. All right, 7 places in the U.S. with the most credit card debt. Is it your city? Are you the one with the most credit card debt? 7.1 million. I'm getting height surgery, a BBL, or whatever it takes, but I'm ghost. You can get a whole facelift. You get a whole face. That ain't me, Judge. That is not me. Get a whole new social security number, whole new identity. Like, I don't know. If the Tinder swindler can get ghost, you can too. All right, the 7 places. This is not an advocate for you to get ghost to do fraud on this show. I'm just saying. 7 places in the U.S. with the most credit card debt. This came out August the 5th. Is it your city? Americans have racked up a lot of credit card debt. At the beginning of 2022, the total amount was $1 trillion, according to Wallet Hub. But the median balance owed significantly varies by state. To see where borrowers owe the most, personal finance website Wallet Hub analyzed balance and payment data from TransUnion for people living in all 50 states and the District of Columbia as of September 2021. Wallet Hub calculated Alaska got the median credit card 3206. Cost to pay it off minus $392. The next one up, the DMV, 2788. Washington State, 2427. Vermont, 2181. So that means that Alaska was number 1. Vermont, Wyoming, Oregon, Montana, and that was it. These were the 7 places in the U.S. with the most credit card debt. Right, the Cayman Island accounts and all straight on tour on my yacht, paying my private pirates. Yep. All right, let's go up. Tesla. Let's get into this. This is another real estate play as well as another business play. Again, think of yourself as a business, not a W-2 employee. Let's go. Back it up again.
Tesla may be getting into the lithium refining business. The electric vehicle giant is proposing a new facility in Texas to produce a critical element in EV production. Let's bring in Yahoo Finance's Praz Subramanian with the story. Praz, we have seen lithium prices soar this year, and Elon Musk earlier this year kind of hinted at getting into this when he tweeted on the back of it saying maybe Tesla needs to get into the lithium because prices are so high.
Yeah, on an earnings call, I think it was Q1, he said something to the effect of, do you like minting money? Then the lithium business is for you, right? So, he's clearly on top of that and clearly knows what's going on in terms of Tesla's own needs for these critical resources they need for batteries. So we saw them file an application with the Texas Comptroller to potentially build a lithium refinery on the Gulf Coast there in Texas. They want to actually see if they can get some tax credits before they actually approve this refinery. So they process this raw ore material for their batteries. And they said that if approved, they would start the buildings refinery in Q4, but production wouldn't begin until the end of 2024. And Kiko this would be actually the first car automaker that would actually building a refinery, lithium refinery. A bunch of automakers have invested in raw materials, raw lithium with other companies. But this is the first time an actual company would actually make their own lithium. And they said that they would use this lithium and ship it out to their factories in Texas and also Nevada to make their powertrains.
Oh, we've also got some leadership changes at the top of the Tesla Nevada Gigafactory surrounding VP of Operations, Chris Lister. What can you tell us about these moves and what does this say about their ambitions there?
Late last night, I saw CNBC reported that they had an audio recording from a meeting just yesterday at Giga Nevada where they changed out Chris Lister and now Rushi Sagar, who is a a lieutenant that Musk had for a long time, going to run operations both at Nevada and Fremont. But a lot of the stuff that I saw that was very interesting was the data that they revealed about their operations. I think in Nevada has now produced 283,000 drivetrains in Q2. That's a lot. That's the power, that's the battery, and also the motor powertrains that they're going to go. That they're going to both feed the Fremont factory and Austin operations. Also, the Fremont was up to 12,000 cars a week, and they want to ramp up to 14,000 cars a week. And that's around 500 to 600,000 EVs a year, give or take, time periods of stoppages for upgrades and things like this. That's a lot of production out of just Fremont alone, let alone you have Austin kind of ramping up too. So they also noted that mega packs, these big, huge Powerwall type installations that they're using, like massive trailer size units. They're about 42 a week. And then also they about 6,500 Powerwalls a week. So they're really upping their games of production at Gigafactory Nevada, including these staff changes as well.
A lot of changes in store for Tesla. Subramanian, thanks so much for that.
All right. So I have this one here, and then I'll go backwards. Oh. Gosh. Here we go. The 15 U.S. cities gaining and losing the most millionaires, right? Let's start the slideshow because it's a slideshow. All right. Who's losing the millionaires? All right. This is Austin, Texas. Let me see. High net worth individuals growth year to date is 14%. High net worth individuals 1 million plus 15,800. Multimillionaires 630. Centimillionaires 82, and billionaires 11. 11 billionaires are living in Austin. High net worth is considered on the low end. They got 1 million plus, but I think you're considered high net worth at 421,000, something like that. And then, or you're part of the 1%. Let me change that. You're part of the 1%. And then multimillionaires are 630 with 10 plus or more. All right. Houston has 25 billionaires. High net worth growth, 6%. High net worth individuals, 1 million and more, 132,000. Multi-millionaires, decamillionaires, 10 million or more, 6,590. Centimillionaires, 314. Centimillionaires, 314, but they got 25 billionaires there, 25. West Palm Beach, Florida, 6%. High net worth individuals, 1,090,100. How many was over here? 132. So you're more than likely to run into some millionaires in Houston at 132,000. Yeah. So you're liable to run into a millionaire in Houston, right? Let's go back. West Palm Beach, your multimillionaires, 530, centimillionaires, 58, 5 billionaires live there. Miami, 9 billionaires, centimillionaires, 164, multimillionaires, 2350. High net worth individuals, 43,000. So you probably run into some millionaires there too. So far, Houston and Miami, you're probably more than likely going to run into some millionaires there. All right. Greenwich, Connecticut, 8 billionaires, centimillionaires, 111, multimillionaires, 1,290, high net worth individuals, 11,000. Growth they've seen is 5%. So Greenwich, Connecticut, you'll run into some folks. All right. San Francisco, 276,400. You gonna run into them? They're like trees in San Francisco, right? Multimillionaires, 10 million or more is 12,890. Centers 623, billionaires 62. Phoenix and Scottsdale, Arizona, 18,000. You got a good chance. 740 for multi center, 51 billion 3. Dallas, 92,000. You run into some folks. High net worth, 92,300, multi 43, center to 11, billionaires 18. 18. Seattle, 30,000, 6 billionaires, center 70, multi 15, high net worth 2%. So we had Dallas and we had Houston on there. Washington, D.C., 40,000. You'll run into some folks. 1930 for multi, 90 for the center millionaires, and billions you'll have 8. So again, inside of DC, not as much as you run into Houston. Houston got them beat. Houston, like, we produce millionaires. Houston produces millionaires, if you want to look at it for what the stats say. Atlanta didn't grow. 60,000 millionaires, 11 billionaires are there. Center millionaires, 2810. They left. Millionaires, people have left. 130 center millionaires, right? So you're going to run into some millionaires in Atlanta, some frauders, some club owners, some strippers, some freak niggers. D's gonna throw up the X. Don't type it, D. Whatever you type, whatever you do the opposite of. Don't type it, D. I'm looking at you. Don't type it, D. Scammers. Okay. Scammers, yeah. Boston, 23,000, multi 1150, center 60 billion 6. Chicago, 160,000. 160,000. So you're in Chicago, you probably ran into a millionaire and didn't know it, right? 160,000. So far, Houston and Chicago are leading the way in the hundreds of thousands. Multimillionaires, 7,400, center millionaires, 340, billionaires, 28. 28, right? Los Angeles and Malibu, 192. Everywhere. They like roaches. 192,000. Multimillionaires, 85. 90. Center, 393. Billionaires, 34. So Los Angeles, Houston, and what was the other one? I just forget. What was the other one? Oh, San Francisco. Houston, Los Angeles, San Francisco was the most. I had to go back, but that's what I remember. You can correct me if I'm wrong. New York, they're everywhere. 345,000 millionaires in New York. 15,470 in for 10 million or more. Center 737, and they are left. They leaving. They're down 12%, and billionaires are 59. So, ladies, fellas, if y'all want some millionaires, and if you trying to find somebody in your net worth or whatnot, these are the places you will be looking. I'm going to assume if you're looking for a significant other, or if you're looking to branch out and start networking with others that are in those categories, where you want to be in the room, right? Or you want to be in the room. And I think, and that might be it. Yeah, that was it. Did y'all like that slideshow? I thought it was good information. That was good information. All right. Let's get into this video. Why does scorpion venom sell for $39 million a gallon? Scorpion venom. Don't go out there and try to chase these scorpions.
Why is scorpion venom the most expensive liquid in the world? Surprisingly, it has nothing to do with the fact that it kills people. A lab in Turkey milks scorpions for their venom and sells it to the highest bidder.
That's suspicious.
But the lab's buyers mostly include pharmaceutical companies, as the venom has promising results for cosmetic treatments and the potential to treat epilepsy, stroke, and IBS. While a gallon of this substance can sell for around $39 million, you have to milk a scorpion 2.64 million times to collect that much venom. If you're thinking of starting a new side hustle, I would probably first ask,
Scorpion venom, a gallon, 39 million. All right, 39 million. All right, so I don't know if you all paid attention to doodles, but here you go.
How a company makes $500 million a year by drawing doodles. They're called the Smiley Company. And they trademarked this yellow smiley face we all know and love, then did licensing deals with everyone you can think of. Franklin in Paris in the 70s. He drew the smiley face, then went around to brands and pitched his logo on their products. This was a new model that then became really prolific. Move it behind a cultural movement, and brands want the coolness to rub off on them. Licensing deals are one of my favorite types of business models because it's essentially like real estate, renting, but you are renting out your ideas for a percentage of sales. So here's how it works. You draw a doodle, aka yellow smiley. You patent it at the trademark office. Then you get royalty fees, aka a percentage of every dollar a company makes when they use your image, like Lee Jeans did with this, or Dunkin' Donuts here. So every time Dunkin' Donuts sells a donut, they have to pay the Smiley Company a percentage. That's how they do $500 million a year. Hire ROI and other people to do the work.
Just my little tidbit of information that I'm passing around. That's all I'm saying. They're just passing it around. Now, this one's controversial, but I'm going to play it anyway. And you may not agree with him. And he don't agree with Dave Ramsey, but we're going to get into it. And here we go.
All right, so in today's video, I may just trigger a few people. Stay with me, though, on the bad advice from Dave Ramsey on why you should buy a house. And most of these reasons you may not actually have heard from. Ooh, there's a wasp here, so stay tuned until the very end. This first point, you may have heard it before, but your house is a liability and not an asset. Because it takes money out of your pocket versus putting money in your pocket. And then the flip side of that is, well, I've got this equity that's in it. Okay, there's that. But you're able to only capitalize on that is if, one, you sell the property or you take a line of credit out on it, which is what not many people do. And this is just one thing I've done from studying other real estate investors is that a lot of them, many of them, is they own where people pay them to actually live there and stay, and they rent where they actually live. So if rich and wealthy people are doing that, there is something behind that. And now you're immobile and you don't have the freedom. And with the millennial generation, my generation, is we're not spending as much time in careers as other generations would. So we're changing more often. So if you have another job opportunity in another city, is you, your wife, and or a girlfriend's boyfriend is simply not able to get up and leave, is now you got to list the property, go through that whole entire process. And if we're in a different market where now you're not able to get the price you need because you owe more than what people are offering you, now you can't even leave. So those are the downsides when it comes to actually now home ownership that many people just simply don't take into consideration. And one thing to consider with that too is that the banks are what sold us the people is to go out there and buy a house, and banks are the ones that earn money, and there's a whole business that goes along with that, but we won't even go down that rabbit hole. That's for a whole entirely different video. And the additional negative is the time and energy it takes to maintain your home. And time is our greatest asset, and one of the things we do not get back. If you figure out a way how to get that back, let me know, because I would definitely want that. And let's say the toilet goes out, or I'm a current renter and my toilet is actually say smaller here, and they say everything's bigger in Texas, but this toilet I have is the same size as the ones back home. So let's say I call the landlord, I want to get it exchanged out. It's just as simple as that. Maybe not them exchange the toilet, of course, but if it needs fixing. But if you now own your home, that's a different story. Now it's up to you to where, if you want to save on costs, you may do some YouTube videos to figure out, okay, some troubleshooting. Okay, what's wrong with the toilet? This is how I fix it. Or you take the other route and finding a contractor to fix it. And then you have to do your due diligence to find a reputable contractor. And then you have to manage the process. So all this is stress, energy, and time with that. All right, so this is just not going to be a doom and gloom. There is a way to turn it into an actual asset, which is what most homeowners actually do incidentally when they can't sell the property, which is getting a tenant in place who is now paying those expenses that may come up from, let's say, a toilet going out. Also, they're paying the mortgage down, and you're able to get appreciation of the property going up. So now you're being paid to now have that property in that house. So that's all I have for you all. I appreciate you all so much. If you've made it this far, go ahead and comment below with how.
And like I said before, what people don't take into account is when you start making money and you don't have no assets and you don't have no dependents. It's just what it is. All right. Charting the relationship between wealth and happiness by country. Here is a global look at wealth and happiness. It says poor and happy. They got Brazil. Over here they got the US. Over here is I'm not sure what this considered, but if you want to be rich and happy, you need to go live in Italy and France, I guess part of Japan, Belgium, Australia, Iceland, Denmark, Norway, Canada, Spain. I'm not sure. I guess this right here is just poor and happy. All this right here is y'all poor and happy. Poor and happy. And I guess this right here, you're just miserable. Okay, here it is right here. Wealth per adult too, right? The wealth per adult goes up. And D could drop this link. It's the visualist if you're looking at it. Geek Surgeon, you said you want to be a high-tech homosexual. Oh, okay. I get it. All right, so right here we look from 50 to 100K per person. The US falls in right here. Right, that's what the U.S. falls in at, but it's still on the side of poor and happy, and then rich and happy is over here. So no rich and happy here. It says Hong Kong has slowly been sinking towards the bottom of this chart over the past decade. Rich and unhappy, nothing there, but Lebanon is getting really close, turmoil and so forth. But you really are not excited. Like on the meter, on the happy meter here, you're not happy. At least we're somewhere in the happy spot. But Finland got us beat. We're rich and happy. Brazil, more closer to the poor side, right? When when we're talking about individual wealth per adult is $1,000 to $5,000, right? Per adult here, right? Not really a lot of money. You got Egypt and so forth, Iraq, Iran, Russia, 5 to 10K, right? And they just broke it down by different regions. This chart compares wealth per adult with happiness scores in each country. The happiness scores in each country. Poor and unhappy, India. Poor and unhappy. There's a lot of people in India. I can see that. Right? So again, where you want to move to, right? What does that look like for you if you're not going to stay in the States, right? All right, so here This is too long. I won't sit through this. But this one is retirement reality check. Millions won't be able to afford retirement if they're gonna retire, right? And he goes into the conversation about you investing and putting your money in way, making sure you're doing what you're supposed to do, and so forth. All right. I got 8 minutes, and we'll be at the 4 hour mark. Uh, let me look. I know I got plenty more, but I just want to make sure I got to the stuff that stands out. I talked about the Uber and their security breach. We talked about the lead lengthening. Cat One did a cyber settlement, $190 million cyber settlement, and you got to see if you qualify for it. You could qualify for money from Capital One. $190 million cyber attack settlement. Find out how. Final approval on the multi-million-dollar payout was granted this month, and the deadline to file the claim is quickly approaching. This was September the 14th of this year. After $100 million customer information was exposed in the 2019 massive attack, Capital One has agreed to the $190 million settlement. Plaintiffs in the case argued that the convicted hacker Paige Thompson couldn't have access Capital One's Amazon-hosted cloud computing systems if adequate cybersecurity protections were in place. Capital One didn't respond. Instead, another it said it was agreeing to the payout. Okay. If you were a Capital One breach, if your information was accessed in 2019, Capital One data breach, you might be eligible. It says, what is the settlement about and how can I participate? This is straight from CapitalOneSettlement.com. This is their payout, a cash payment or out-of-pocket losses, right? For losses at the time, your legal rights and options and so forth, right? So if you want to get in on it, you can submit a claim with your documents and so forth, right? Let's see. Oh, I wonder if I need to look that up. It's one that I did want to go through. We may go over by about 5 minutes. There's one I want to go through. It's not this though. There's a statute that came out. It says modification statute used to replace the trustee. Georgia was one of the first states to adopt this version of this statute. A Georgia court recently permitted that beneficiaries of an irrevocable trust who were the children of the grantor descended to modify the trust by adding a provision to permit the beneficiaries to remove trustees and replace him with a corporate trustee. And there are different locations that are doing this. Dee can drop this link so y'all can go into more about what this is and what this means for you if you do want to replace a trustee or someone on the estate. However, was one thing I did want to show that I do think is important, that I do think you all need to possibly just be aware of. And I'm looking for it now. Is in my history. We're only going to look at the first few clips of this video. But I think it's something that you all should know. Well, it's two things you should know. Why I do this, let's put this on.
Talk to us just sort of writ large about your space business. And also, how does that jibe, if you will, with the private endeavors being done by Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, of course? Is your work adjacent? Is it complementary, or are you working directly with them?
Well, space is the most exciting area of our portfolio at the moment because the expansion of opportunity in space has been significant, and I foresee that continuing into the future. And as you noted, it's in every domain, clearly supporting national security, but also in space exploration, like the work that we recently launched the James Webb Space Telescope and brought back just fantastic images of the origins of our universe that will help to rewrite science textbooks and help, I hope, a new generation of people to get really excited about what may be happening in space in generations to come. And many of the companies that we work with and partner with are equally excited about that. Jeff's work is clearly driving for better exploration of space, as well as the opportunities to commercialize space. And we partner with them. And we also do work that at times is competitive with them. We are, as the nature of our work being so broad, the largest space company in the world. And we're proud of that and want to continue to do our part both in supporting governments as well as space exploration and commercial interests.
You didn't mention SpaceX.
We work with SpaceX as well. We just announced a partnership with Firefly, a much smaller company. We have dozens of partners that we work with in the space arena.
And you mentioned the James Webb Space Telescope. That must have been pretty exciting when all of a sudden, you know, the work that you guys do ends up, you know, part of popular culture, the Today Show and all of that. What was that like?
Well, it's a tremendous point of pride for our team who has worked on the telescope. And now we are really excited at what the imagery might tell us about the existence of life-sustaining options on other exoplanets, which I can tell you, I have met more Americans who come up and just, you know, average people saying, I am following what's going on with Webb. It's creating a real excitement. And we are so pleased to be contributing to that energy and excitement around space. I don't think that our country has seen that kind of desire to understand and be part of space exploration since the 60s. And so it's a once in a lifetime opportunity from my perspective.
All right, so space.
On these
I tell
videos,
y'all
and
about
we've never
space all
disclosed
the
any of that
time,
stuff.
right? Space is one of those things where it's going to be here for the next 10 to 15 years, whatever you all have as far as your tech skills, vision or whatnot. They're looking for people, right? So I'm going to bring this over. Right
Okay, so
here.
it's
Hold on.
very.
Let me start it over from the beginning.
The LLC can be taxed as a part.
Because this is just the beginning of it, and I just want to get the first couple of clips of this, and then we can get out of here today. Drop a 1 in the chat if you enjoyed your day. We've talked about everything: tech, stocks and jobs, Texas and jobs, and lengthening your legs, BBLs, units, homosexuals and scammers, drums or flats. We don't deal with flats. Those people that are flats, we don't deal with them. We still love you though. We just know not to be trusted. I'm sorry. And I'm glad nobody said ranch. Did anybody say ranch? Because if they was ranch moderators, block them. Got over here talking about ranch and flats. The disrespect. All right, so I found this one very interesting. Just like in a couple of minutes of it, I didn't finish this video yet, but I can drop it as well too. But I do also want to make sure that you all are aware of some things and just put some thoughts in your head. That's all I want to do. Put some thoughts in your head.
Partnership, meaning you have 2 or more people as owners and they each get the K1. It can be taxed as an S corporation, which is great for businesses and consulting firms and the like, because you've got to pay a salary through that entity. And with the S Corp, we can minimize those darn pay.
In the beginning, he's talking about LLCs, in case you forget that. Let me start it over, because in case you forget all the way from the beginning. There we go.
The LLC can be taxed as a partnership, meaning you have 2 or more people as owners and they each get the K1. It can be taxed as an S corporation, which is great for businesses and consulting firms and the like, because you've got to pay a salary through that entity. And with the S Corp, we can minimize those darn payroll taxes. And your CPA will know that. So we have a lot of businesses that will set up as an LLC for the asset protection, choose to be taxed as an S Corp for the payroll tax minimization, and away you go. Now, the LLC can also be taxed as a C Corp if you want. You know, there are some uses for that, but typically it's either a disregarded entity, taxed as a partnership, or taxed as an S Corp.
It is my pleasure to welcome Garrett Sutton back to the show. You know his name by now. He is one of the authors of the Rich Dad series of books, Rich Dad Advisors, I should say. He is out with a new book entitled Veil or Fail. Garrett, welcome back. It's good to see you.
Good to see you, Jason. It's Veil, not Fail.
Veil, not fail. Okay.
Yes. So right here, this is the book, Veil, not Fail.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, it's great to have you back. And Garrett, I got to say, it's been too long. So you've been working on the new book and you got a lot of exciting stuff going on. Tell us kind of the thesis for the book. You're addressing a major problem that seems pretty easy to solve, right?
It is easy to solve, but it's the most overlooked facet of asset protection, Jason, there is. And that is you have these ongoing requirements to keep your corporation or LLC current, in good standing. And if you fail to follow these rules, which are simple to follow, a court can pierce through the corporation or LLC and get at your personal assets. So it's called piercing the corporate veil, and it applies to LLCs as well. And let's say you had a corporation, it didn't do well, it went out of business, but it owed people money. And the person who's suing the corporation to get the money they're owed realizes that you didn't follow the formalities, and they are able to have the court say, you didn't follow the corporate formalities. We're going to go through the veil of protection and reach your personal assets. So you've spent all this time and energy setting up the corporation, but by failing to follow the ongoing formalities, the veil of protection falls and they can get your personal assets. You don't want this to happen.
No, you definitely don't want that to happen. That's the whole point of using entities, is to put firewalls between things, right? So if you have several entities, which I recommend, you can kind of firewall and compartmentalize your financial life, and that's a wise thing to do. Now, you mentioned they could find out you didn't follow the formalities. How would they know that? And well, maybe tell us first what the formalities are, and then tell us how they would know that.
Okay, and I want to mention also that piercing the corporate veil succeeds in 50% of all cases. So it's not a rare occurrence. This does happen frequently, and it's because people don't follow the easy rules. What are the easy rules? Well, you have to prepare minutes every year, right? You have a meeting and you want to show that you had the meeting, so you write down notes about the meeting, and they're called corporate minutes, not corporate hours. They're not hard to do. All right. So you need to do the corporate minutes every year. Now, corporations, this is required that you have a meeting once a year. In LLCs in some states, promoters say, well, you don't ever have to have a meeting with an LLC. They're flexible. You don't need meetings. But when you're in front of a judge and jury, I want you to be able to say, yes, we had a meeting every year. Because a good attorney is going to say, well, how did you run this business? Or how did you manage this real estate investment without ever having a meeting? It just doesn't work that way. And so you would have the minutes of the meeting for your LLC as well as corporation. So that's one of the easy requirements. We offer a service that will do that too.
Yeah. So let's just talk about the meeting, if you will. If it's a sole owner, you're just basically having a meeting with yourself.
Correct.
Right? Is there more to that people should know?
No, people get weird about that. Do I have to have a meeting with myself? And yes, you do. And in our service, we send you a checklist. So you write down what happened, and that's your meeting. And then we'll prepare the formal minutes for you.
Mm-hmm.
We also give you a book that shows you how to do the minutes. I mean, they're fairly template forms, but A lot of people never get around to it, Jason. It's just like going to the dentist. It's something they don't want to do. So we offer that service.
You know, I've always been puzzled, and I've had entities for a long time now. What should take place at this meeting? Okay, what goes in those minutes? I mean, you don't have to recount like every decision you made over the last year, right? What do you have to put in there? What do you leave out?
Well, a couple things. You would elect the officers and directors or the managers for the next year. You would ratify all decisions taken during the year. So you don't have to write down everything. Now, if there's something important that comes up, let's say you're going to be buying a piece of real estate and the bank wants a resolution from the LLC that you can buy this real estate. You would have a special meeting. You would authorize the purchase of the real estate. Those are meeting minutes as well. But for the standard annual meeting minutes, it's who's going to run the show next year. We're ratifying everything we did this year. Maybe you entered into a lease or a major transaction. We're going to include that in the minutes, but they're not that voluminous.
What qualifies as major? You know, you mentioned a lease, like you probably, when you said that, were referring to like an office lease, but you know, you might have a lease on a piece of equipment, computer equipment, copier, automobile. What about those things?
Those things would be ratified by the managers or officers and directors during, you know, they occurred during the year. We're ratifying those acts as a board.
Okay.
So it's very simple.
And again, the vast majority of people listening, if they have an entity, they're probably just a sole owner, I'm guessing, right? And they don't have directors, they don't have a different secretary from themselves or anything like that. So that's the person we're mostly speaking to, I think. Yeah.
Well, and that makes it even more important, Jason, because the courts say if you're a one-man band, that in many cases, people don't follow the formalities. They think that they're the same as the corporation.
Right.
And we want to provide that distinguishing feature that you are managing the corporation. You are distinct from the corporation, and the minutes help do that.
Yeah. And by the way, you know, now that you mention that, a lot of people are not very careful about how they accept money, I think, with their entity and how they sign things. Now, you're the expert, correct me if I'm wrong, but you always want to sign a document when you're signing on behalf of the entity with your title, right?
Absolutely correct.
Yeah.
So you're not going to sign Jason. You're going to sign Jason Hartman, president, right?
Or for an LLC, I'm going to sign what? Manager?
Manager, yeah.
Or would I ever sign member?
You could sign member manager or member if you're member managed, but we'll talk about why you want to be manager managed.
I definitely want to get to that point, and I brought that up before we started the show today. So let's make sure we get to that. But what about signing as, you know, CEO? I don't really exactly know what CEO means, but you know.
Well, chief executive officer, but that's
well, I mean, I know what it means.
Title.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's actually a legal weight to that title, the way a president is a formal designation of a corporation, right? Or a manager for an LLC.
Correct. I mean, in most statutes, it says president, secretary, treasurer, right? But you're allowed to create other officers, which can be vice presidents,
All right. So I'm not going to finish this one off. I got one more thing I want to share. It's not going to be long. But the rest of this, it talks about, and I haven't finished it, but it's about paying fees to maintain your entity, right? And then you got best states for asset protection in here. Then you also have the Communist Party in San Francisco, which you don't have to listen to that. Legal battles within the family, Corporate Transparency Act, fraud and abuse, FBI spying and privacy issues and banking regulations, civil forfeiture, more regulations from Congress, new reporting rules for setting up an entity, right? LLC's S election to be taxed as an S corp, filing a C corp, and writing off healthcare premiums. And then asset protection for C corp, and then asset protection laws, and then so forth. It's, like I said, it's a very long video. I thought you would find this video very, very interesting, but I did want to get to that part where he talked about the LLCs and being, you know, what you need to do to properly set yourself up. If you're going to set up an LLC, how to properly set things up so that you don't, so it doesn't act as a pass through back to you in terms of somebody coming after you set up this business, right? And last but not least, I call this the clapback. I don't know if you want to call it classy or not, but we're just gonna call it the clapback. Let me make sure that this is it right here. So let me close this out and then bring it over here. I think everybody saw this, but if you didn't, here we go. I gotta find my sound. Where is the sound? I'm always looking for sound on these. Oh, here it is. I found it. All right. Let's close out. I found it. I found the little button. All right. Right here.
$1 million a year.
That's cap. And nobody who's a serious entrepreneur or business person is paying themselves that much and taking on that big of a tax liability. More than likely, he's an influencer and he has a course, a service, or a product that he wants to sell you on based on you aspiring to attain it.
Okay. Usually I would never respond to this, but it seems like between the pandemic and TikTok, there's made a lot of tax professionals without the qualifications. But hear me out. I'm not going to sit online and debate how much money I make with strangers. That's between myself, my wife, and the IRS and my business partners. But here's what I will say. Thinking that you're going to pay yourself less money to avoid taxes is poor people mentality. Taxes are just the way of life. There's really not much you can do about it, but there are some things. I'm going to tell you a few. If you plan on building a house on 20 acres that costs over $1 million and you tell the IRS you only make $80,000 to $125,000, you're going to jail. Also, if you're an entrepreneur, there's several ways you can pay yourself. By W-2, which everyone should because you want to show some type of income. And another way is by distributions in your company. Now, in order to take full tax advantage of some of the great products out here in America, you need to be able to earn a certain amount of money. So if you're doing a W-2 way, you need to make a certain amount of money so that your employer can make the maximum contributions to your retirement account, right? Because it's based on a percentage of how much money you make. And then you also can make the maximum contributions to your retirement account. And I think this year, somewhere between $53,000, $54,000. Portion of it comes from your employer. Other portion comes from yourself. Another product that you can take advantage of is a bunch of tax-free insurance products. Here's what I mean by that. Some of these products require a lot of money up front. So if you're only making $80,000 to $120,000 a year, it ain't gonna cut it. Some of these policies require six-figure premiums in the beginning for the first few years. You'll figure it out when you get to that tax bracket. But there are products out there. So beyond that, be smart. Don't try to avoid taxes by listening to TikTokers. I know a lot of you were expecting me to respond in a negative way, but that's just not my style. And if your most popular video, is a negative one, you probably should rethink why you're on social media. I see that you have a nonprofit and you're raising money. Congratulations. What I would do is not say too much negative things online because you never know who can help you in your business or your nonprofit. I have a foundation because it's self-funded by me and my family, meaning that we don't accept outside donations. But I see one of the things that you want to raise money for is so you can increase the video production. Well, in North Carolina, I own 2 studios. One of them is 5,000 square foot, has everything you may need in order to create those videos. So you're more than welcome to use it. Here's another tip for you guys. We've become so conditioned to disbelieve everything we see, so much that we don't believe anything we see, which keeps you in the same box that you're in now. There's nothing wrong with building a brand and making money online. Here's the main thing. As an entrepreneur that owns several businesses, 2 software companies, an airplane manufacturing company, and a flight school, I have personally taken my own money, no donations, and I've given away $140,000 of scholarships to Black and brown kids that want to aspire to be professional pilots. That's because I pay myself $500,000 a year, and part of that money can be written off on charity. And if you own the charity, then you can direct the money to go do what you want to do. It's raining now, so I'm going inside. But you get the point. Don't pay yourself less to avoid taxes. Pay yourself the right amount so you can make an impact. Yeah, by the way, I just donated to your nonprofit because it seems like a good cause.
I only pay myself about $500,000 a year.
That's cap. And nobody who's a serious entrepreneur or
Okay, so the reason why I brought that up is because number one, there were some good things in there that he talked about. Remember that conversation that we had last week, maybe week before last, and all the other times, what I talked about private foundations, what I talked about being able to pay yourself. What he was talking about with the 53,000 is being able to be self-employed and be an employer and an employee of your business. That's what he was talking about. That's where that comes from. The other part of this was the foundation, where it's just him and his family. So it's one is a private foundation, but I also talked about this. I also talked about being able to invest in that private foundation and what that looks like. Again, that tax write-off, I showed a video on that because you own the foundation. I showed that. And here's living proof of somebody else doing it. Here's another thing that people don't understand when it comes to money and how you have your money make money for you and being able to control where you want your money to go and where you want to invest. I've talked about private foundations on the damn near every show. But the video that I had pulled up from private foundations and the stuff that I had pulled up from Moss Adams on private foundations and private equity funds and so forth, or I've mentioned this a million times. But I want you all to understand that this goes back to what I said before, right? There's only so much an IRA, a 401k, and having these other things that you get from your W-2 job can do. It's only so much tax shelters that you can be in at 500,000. And then you have to start figuring out where else are you going to put this money so Uncle Sam doesn't come after you and you got a tax bill of 100,000 or you got a tax bill of 200,000. You got to find other places in order to protect yourself, in order to not give back what you've earned. You're already getting taxed on what you earn. You've already put money into your 401k. Hopefully you're maxing it out. And then on top of that, you still got to find other tax shelters, because when you're making 500, 200, not 500, 200, but 500, 1 million, 2 million, and you're on W-2, having a 401k is it's only 20,500 you're putting in. You may have a backdoor Roth IRA that you could go put in 6,000 into. You may have a mega backdoor Roth IRA, depending on how that is set up and who can do that. And then the next thing is you got to go buy some real estate. You got to go buy something. You have to go invest into something. I am telling you, you have to go invest into something. People would tell you, no, you don't. You could just, okay, well, you could just owe. That's what happens. You could just owe. You just get ready for that tax bill. So again, that $1,000 that he gave him was a tax write-off, right? He gonna write that off, and keep it pushing. He pays himself 500,000 because he can, right? He makes the money to do that, right? He gets enough money, he lives off of $500,000. But again, when you go into the bank and you're trying to get money from the bank, they want to see history. They want to see a credit history. So, and they want to see history from a W-2 income. There are alternatives. There are bank alternatives, but then also it also comes with a rate. It also comes with a price with that too. So again, depending on how you're doing, whether you want to be the bank or whether you're doing, whether you're buying a house, when you start talking about, I want to invest into this real estate, this hotel, and you need $500,000 to invest, they're gonna know where you got that money from. Where you got your money from, Joan? Who your peoples? Where you getting that money from? Where you get their money from? That's what they want to know. It's what it is, right? It's just how it works. You've got to play the game. Sorry, it's a game, but just play the game and get your money, get your assets up, get your net worth up, and keep it pushing. Become an accredited investor. That's what we got. D, I don't know. You feeling froggy for a next show, or you just like, nah, let's call it good for the day? D is like, she over it. All right, we won't have a next show. We won't have a next show. Well, that's all I had today. It's really not all I had. I got a whole lot more, but I knew it was going to be a long show. I hope you all are good. I hope you all are investing in you and investing in assets and others around you. Don't grow rich by yourself. Bring others with you, all that want to go. Don't bring people that don't want to go. They don't want to go, leave them. And make sure to protect your assets. That's why I brought up the asset protection. So I brought up the LLC. Go talk to an enrolled agent. Go talk to somebody who actually knows how to structure and set up business. Don't go talk to Uncle Willie who ain't never did it. Don't go talk to Uncle Willie who ain't never did it. All right. Don't go talk to Uncle Willie. Uncle Willie ain't never did that, right? All right. So y'all be safe. Get your assets up. Block out. Oh, hold on. I gotta say it right. Block out all the haters. Block them out. Like you gotta be like Mary J. Blige with the sword. Let's leave off on a good note. Let's leave off on a good note. Let's leave off with a good note. Let's leave off on a good note. Where they had it at with Mary J. Blige with the sword? Y'all remember that when she was dancing? She had the sword and they was like, oh, Mary with the sword. Right? Mary with the sword. Let's go. We gotta make sure we got that. I don't know where it's at, but we got Mary. Oh, here it is, right here. Here it is, Mary with the sword. D, you gotta bring me back up. Mary with the sword. Oh, gotta block them. Gotta block them haters. Hey, Mary, yeah. Keep that leg out. Mary got the sword. Mary got blocking all them haters. Da da da. All right, y'all be safe. Mary with the sword. We're gonna block out all these haters. We're gonna block and protect our assets, and you're gonna grow. Until we see y'all again next week or Wednesday. Remember, we meet up on every Wednesday for actual hands on the keyboard, not hands on your knees, but hands on the keyboard for Linux administration, and we're gonna keep it pushing, man. All right, thank you all. Thank y'all for the comments. We appreciate you, and thank you for all the members that joined today. I appreciate you. Again, we can't do these shows without you. And we try to make sure we bring value to you. We try to add to your life, not take away. We're about addition, not subtraction. See you later.